And there we go. We are back. Welcome to the third chapter of episode 3 of Star Trek The Next Frontier. We are resuming again with a different collection of crew members. Every time we go commercial break, we lose some and we gain some. So it's been a harrowing adventure to say the least. Where we last left off, I'm not going to resume there instantly. Instead, I want to pick up with a couple of the characters who were not there in the previous commercial break, if that's okay with everyone. So, with that said, let's start with Lieutenant Drake. Lieutenant Drake, are you there, sir?
I am indeed.
Okay, Lieutenant Drake. Not even getting into the last thing that you remember on the mission that you were doing. Instead, you're just going to wake up in your bed, in your bunk, in your officer's quarters on the DeGrasse Tyson. You're still dealing with a headache. Like your head is pounding. You're not entirely sure how long your head's been hurting this bad, but it definitely is driving you crazy. And it's been bothering you for a while and causing you difficulty in your sleep. So you finally wake up and sit up in bed. You should be able to see your room on roll 20 if I did that correctly. Did that work?
I see myself lying in bed.
There you are, resting in bed. There you are. Okay, so you wake up in the bed and just trying to shake the cobwebs out of your head. And that's when your ears start adjusting and acclimating to being fully conscious again. And you're hearing sounds of commotion. You're hearing what sounds like talking. You're hearing sound that sound like crying even. You hear sounds like shouting, scuffling, running footsteps coming from out in the corridor.
Then I would get up and head on out to see what the hell is going on.
Okay, as you get to the door, you push the button. It doesn't open automatically for you. You push the button to open the door and it doesn't open. It appears to have been tampered with. Somebody has locked you inside your quarters.
Okay. Then I would like to try and contact the bridge to find out what's going on and why I'm locked in.
Okay, you open the channel to the bridge. You hear the channel opens, but there's not an immediate answer.
Hello, is anyone there?
Who is this? You hear a voice.
I'm assuming I still know my own name.
You do? I hope so. You're not Chris after all. You're not Chris.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Drake, what's happening? Why am I locked in my room?
Lieutenant Drake, what department are you in?
Security. I'm the head of security.
You're head of security. Stand by. And they just go offline.
Hello? Is anybody else there?
Whoever was on the channel is shut down the channel, disconnected it.
Shit. Okay, I'm going to try and force my way out.
Okay. Let's get you a roll there. So you're going to have to mess around with the controls there. And being security, you have, I would say, pretty good insight on that. So how are you intending to do it? Are you going to be methodical about it or just sort of hotwire the thing?
I'm slightly confused and panicking as to what's going on, so I'm probably going to try and hotwire it.
Okay. In that case, and I'll say that's probably a daring. So daring and security would probably be it. And now, Lieutenant Drake and Lieutenant Thishran, you were both out in the last session of this episode. So again, I just want to remind both of you to keep an eye on your values and finding excuses to use the values in this game, because I don't believe either of you have used the value in this episode. I know, Thishran, this is your first time coming back, so definitely you didn't. Drake, you were in the first half. But just looking back at, if I may just pause for a moment, looking back at episode 2, Thishran, you used, at the end of episode 2, you use your third value, which is be a leader, not a follower. You use that positively, which means if you use that particular value again in this episode, because it's a completely different episode, if you call back to how you used it in the last episode to kind of inform how you're using it this time, that triggers a milestone for you. And that's like the first level of, or stage of leveling up. So anytime you use a value in the game, as per the new Klingon rules, they revamped how the leveling up goes, and I like it a lot better. Anytime you use a value in game, it'll give you a little chance to tweak your character a bit, not really level them up. But then if you call back to a previous episode, use that same value in a way informed by the last time you use it, just like your character arcing, like building up, that's a belief that you're using. That's how you trigger a milestone. And then further use of that in the future would trigger a character arc. And that's the biggest kind of tweak you could do for your character. So just to keep that in mind, Thishran, you used your third value, be a leader, not a follower. And Drake in the last episode 2, you used the chosen road can't always be followed, so look for a side street. So that's also another one that may trigger a milestone for you, should you use it. But as with everyone, please keep your values in mind at all times and try to use one. Again, just a reminder, if you use it positively, like this is who I am, I'm applying it to this situation, you spend your point of determination and you get a bonus, whatever that might be. There's many uses for it. If you use it negatively, as in this is who I am and this is a bad thing to be in this particular situation, this is not going to help me being this way, that is going to make things more difficult for you or even impossible for you, but it will give you a point of determination back. So you could potentially use one value negatively and gain a point of determination, and use a different value positively and spend that gained point of determination in the same moment. So always keep how your values might apply to you. Perry, did you make note of the values you've used so far, right?
Just yeah, I've got it. Here we go. I used value 2+ in the first part of this episode.
Yes, you did that. Experience brings wisdom. And then the last one you did say, right before we went to commercial break last time, you used your violence as a last resort in the negative to try to launch a preemptive attack on the unstable person. And that gained you a point of determination back. So now you're refilled with your 1 point determination for future uses. Okay. And
what is that, of a value number on it?
Yeah, that is, it's just the order that I have written on your sheet.
So that's value
number 1
minus.
Yeah, value 1 minus, yeah.
+1 determination.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, Gene, you also, just to remind you, you used yours in the last time too. You used the pure and simple truth one, correct?
Correct.
You use that positively. So that one, that spent your determination, you no longer have that point of determination. But again, if you gain a point or you lose, or you use one negative, you'll get a point back. Okay, just apologize. Just want to get that reminder out of the way since it's such a key part of the system. Okay, apologies. Back to you, Lieutenant Drake. Okay, so you're going to do this a little recklessly. You're going to do it wildly. So you are using probably daring and security. Any of your focuses apply? I don't think so.
I think no.
Okay. Now there's also, you have the talent bold security, which is if you buy an extra die with threat instead of momentum. Currently the momentum pool is 0 anyhow, so if you want an extra die, it has to be threat anyhow. If you buy an extra die with threat, because again, you're going haphazardly, you get a free reroll of 1 die if you do that. Since this is a security roll and your security is, and you're doing a pretty haphazard attack on this thing anyhow. Untapped potential, oh yeah. But anytime you buy more dice, you have untapped potential, so that's possible you're increasing threat with that no matter what.
Yeah.
Any values you want to apply to this, in case we're jumping into values right away?
Not right away, no.
Okay.
I was thinking about it, but I thought maybe not. What threat are we at, by the way?
2 threat, sorry. There's 2 points of threat, 0 points of momentum.
Cool. No, so I'll stick with just the normal roll. Complication range? 3?
Complication range for this is 2 right now.
2, task roll 2.
Task roll is going to be 2. You're going to need, this is going to be a difficulty 2 task. So that just means
Okay.
you'd need to get 2 successes on your roll. I gotta go to my chat.
And that's a no.
That is a no. So you rip the panel off the wall and you're pulling wires out and you're trying your best to short out the system to try to unlock the door, whatever's been done with it. But no, you have not been able to. You have not been able to do that. You, whatever it is, you're just not able to figure out what's going on with the door. It's confusing to you. Now, here's another rule that is in this game that I talked to a couple members about last time when you weren't there. There is an option to succeed at cost, which means even if you fail a roll like this, so now you can't hotwire the door, you can't break it open that way, you could choose to succeed anyhow. You say, okay, I'm just going to muscle my way through it and succeed. So you will succeed even though you failed the roll. However, it's going to apply a very large complication. It's going to do something negative, definitely. So that is not always an option, but it's always an option you could explore and try to bring up. So if it's something like this, where like, okay, I might be trapped in this room for a long time, I'll just see if I could take a success at cost. You could ask for it, and if it fits the situation, yeah, you'll get it, but it will also do something bad.
Okay, let's hold off on that for a little bit, but then again, I am locked in the room, so I might have to do that eventually. Then I'm going to physically try and force the door.
Okay, so you're going to try to just wrench it open with your hands, right?
Pretty much.
So let's see how that goes. We'll do another roll with you on there. Again, this is going to be complication range of 2. This will just be a fitness and security again. Because anything strenuous like this would be security. So fitness and security. This is going to be a difficulty of 5.
I'm never going to get it.
Well, you could try buying dice, of course.
Yeah, I might have to.
You definitely, it would be literally impossible to get it without buying dice. And
Yeah,
you don't have momentum.
I don't have momentum either, yeah. It's been so long. How do I buy dice again?
Well, again, with since there's no momentum, it's the same thing with threat. 1 extra threat will give you 1 die. 2 more threat after that will give you a second die, and then 3 more threat after that will give you a 5th and final die. And there's always, again, using a value positively to do I believe it's called a perfect opportunity. That's one that buys your first die with your determination and automatically gives you 2 successes on that die.
I mean, I could potentially use that.
But again, that's one of your uses for determination in any situation.
Yeah.
So it could be used down the road, and you won't get the determination back until you do a negative value.
Okay, right. Let's buy 1 dice with threat.
Okay, 1 threat added. Now at 3. And since you bought a die with threat, that's bold security, you get a free reroll on the single die.
Hopefully won't need it. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm gonna need it.
Okay, yeah, you're definitely going to reroll that complication, I'm assuming.
Yes, I am. Yes, I definitely am.
Okay, so just roll one die. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. 4. So close. So close. So close, my friend. I think you're playing it too cautiously. That's your problem.
Maybe. I might have to as well do the, what was it, the forceful success?
Forcing that, yeah.
Forcing success, yeah.
So you would have to tell me which value you're using and how that. Oh, you mean the success at failure? I thought, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you meant the force 2 successes. I apologize. Okay, so in that case, if you're doing,
I want to get out the bloody room.
Okay, so we'll say success at cost, it's called. So okay, you're grunting and straining, and you're just going mad, almost like squeezing out the door. And perhaps it's by ripping the panel off and you got the wires all discombobulated, combined with you just throwing caution to the wind and wrenching at the door. You're finally able, something pops, some mechanism cracks, hisses, and you're finally able to just wrench the door open a bit. But you feel an agonizing tear inside your arm as you're doing it, as you definitely tore a muscle or did something really unfortunate to your right arm.
Not my right arm. Just jot that down. Okay, well, holding my now injured right arm, I'm going to step out into the hallway and see what's happening.
Okay, you squeeze your way through the narrow gap that you managed to wrench open in the door before your arm gave way. Getting into the corridor, it looks normal, but you still hear voices coming from around the corners. You hear they're all disjointed. Again, some sound normal, some sound panicked, some sound angry. Some sound like they're whispering. There's just a variety of sounds coming from different directions as you step out into said corridor. Let's see if I could step you out into a corridor. It's not the nicest corridor, but hey, it's what we got. Go.
Okay, then first things first, before I go any further, and I probably should have done this already, is I'm going to check to see if I've still got my phaser with me.
Okay, you look down, it's not on your belt.
Okay, first things first, then I'll head towards, well, second things first. I'll head towards any, you mentioned there were shouts that sounded like they were in distress.
Yes.
I'm going to head there first, trying to find out if anyone's in trouble.
Okay, you go running down corridor. Again, this is really the only good corridor we have here. You go into a neighboring corridor, which shockingly looks exactly like this corridor for lack of graphics here. and you see a fellow officer at one of the control panels on the wall, tapping away furiously, exasperatedly, hitting the controls, like punching thing. You're not sure what he's trying to access, what he's trying to program, but he's definitely frustrated.
Hello, what's happening? Are you okay?
He turns, looks at you, and like, mind your own business.
I'm head of security. This is my business. What's going on?
He looks at you and just shakes his head, like, I can't get this working.
I'm gonna go up behind him and try and see what he's actually working
on. You get to the panel and you see he's just accessing different logs, like engineering reports, science reports, and just very uncoordinatedly hitting back and going in, opening a log, backing out of it again, opening like a different subsection, opening a log, going out. It doesn't even look like he's looking at what he's doing.
Okay, well, what are you attempting to do?
The life support is going offline. Everyone below deck 20 is going to die if we don't get the fire suppression systems on.
Okay, and then over his shoulder, can I like try and open to check life support?
Yeah, you could reach over, and as you reach over with your left hand, he smacks your hand away. I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
But one thing I will say that would stand out to you, especially as chief of security, is you know that there are definitely not 20 decks on this ship.
Okay. That's a good thing to have remembered. Okay, then at this point, he's clearly not doing anything particularly dangerous. I'm going to just carry on. I'm going to head towards the bridge first.
Okay. As you make your way down the corridors and go, you come across a couple crew members walking listlessly. You see some crew members working on some open panels down in the corridor. Some look at you suspiciously and maintain the distance and go about whatever they're doing. But everyone seems to be really preoccupied with something or another.
Okay, and as a side point, as I'm walking towards the bridge, if I see anyone else batting away at a panel, if I see anyone with a phaser, I'm going to light fingerly take that away from them.
You're going to kill them and take it. Okay.
If I have to.
If you have to. All right. So you'll keep your eyes open for that. Next, we're going to do a quick scene change, if I may. We're going to go up to the bridge. And I have to move this to take you to the bridge. So for now, we'll do that. Well, first, let's see here. Lieutenant Thashran. Lieutenant Thashran, you are sitting at your console and you see the communication signal beeping on your console. There's an incoming transmission. It's something you've been waiting for. You know it.
Okay. I'll announce to the captain that that we're getting a transmission in.
Okay. Captain doesn't respond to you, but you just know this is something that you were supposed to be taking on your own.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and patch it through. So I answer the communication.
Okay. The screen clicks on and you see a doctor at Starfleet Medical.
At this point, I would probably be a bit in shock, I guess, even though I was expecting it. I would just be looking at the doctor for a moment and say, yeah, yes, doctor, questioningly.
Mr. Thashran, I'm afraid I have bad news for you.
What is it?
your companion. I'm afraid we've now entered the final phase of her illness.
And there's absolutely nothing that can be done.
I'm afraid at this stage, no.
I will, at this point, I'll just nod and thank you, doctor. How is she right now?
She's lucid. She's asking to speak with you, but I don't think that's a good idea.
I understand. I'll contact her as soon as I can. Thank you.
I wish you well. I'm sorry I don't have better news to report to you.
Well, I understand.
Okay, as he goes off screen, you go to disconnect the communication. Can you do a comms roll for me, just for the
Certainly
sake of it?
can. If you will remind me, I know I go to roll20 to do the comms roll, or let's see.
So open up your character.
Let's see here.
Mr. Thishron. Open up your character sheet. There you are.
Fitness, insight, reason, command.
Okay, so comms roll is the official roll. I might as well look for it here since we got these fancy things. Fancy things. Usual comms roll is basically well, surely it has to be written here. It's called difficulty 1, but it doesn't say what it is. So it would just be an well, we could use something strong because of that. So we'll just use a con and control. That's all you really need right now. Con and control. It's going to be difficulty 0. So basically, you're guaranteed to succeed with it. Still, this one is complication range of 3, however. And there would be no real focus that applies to that.
All right. And remind me again, I apologize. It's been a bit
No problem.
how to do the roll again. It's
So,
I know I do it through D20.
Yeah, so open up your character sheet. Do you got that there? Okay, and then you see on the right-hand side, it says dice roller next to attributes. So attributes on the left column, and then the right column, it says dice roller.
See, attributes, focuses.
Let's see here. Can I share my screen? I don't know if I can share the screen while I'm recording.
No, this is... I don't remember what you were talking about. That there was some things that I actually clicked on.
Do you see this?
I'm not looking at the right character sheet now, because mine is actually different. Let me see here. Yeah. Apparently, I was not prepared. I thought I was.
That's okay. No, just on the side, I think it's the third button on the right side of Roll20. There's the journal tab at the top. It's chat, then images, and then journal. So click on journal and then scroll down to your character in the PCs.
Gotcha. That's right. Character sheet. There we go. All right. I remember this now.
Hey, it's been 4 months for you.
It has been a minute. Yeah. I remember all this.
No problem. That's why we're doing this. Okay.
Control and then con.
Control and con. It's a complication range of 3. And no focus used. And then you just click the delta in front of task roll. It's 2 unless you're buying more dice, which I don't think is necessary.
Okay.
And then that pops in the chat. And yeah, you got 2 successes there. So that's generating 2 momentum. That's generating 2 momentum. And you start tapping the buttons on the on your console to disconnect the call, and you're looking out in the screen now that the signal's done into space, see the swirling gas clouds out there, and you start feeling a light tremble in the ship, and it starts getting a little bit stronger, a little bit stronger, a little bit stronger, and soon you're doing the whole Star Trek shimmy in your seat there for a second.
Okay, can I?
Yeah, getting stronger. Finally, you hear the captain's voice behind you. Mr. Thishran, report.
We seem to be hitting some turbulence, Captain.
Mr. Thishran, why have you activated thrusters?
I haven't touched anything, Captain.
Report. She's calling around the bridge. As you look down at your console, it looks like you don't even have the communication controls online on your console, but you can confirm just by looking down that the thrusters are on and the ship is now drifting into a gravimetric eddy.
Okay, I'm going to try to reverse it or stop it.
Okay, again, that's going to be another control and con roll here. Again, this is just difficulty 1, but again, complication range 3.
Okay. And 2 dice, right?
Yes, unless you're buying more, but again, might not need that. Okay. Okay, same thing. You gain 1 more point of momentum there. You hurry and shut down the controls, and after you shut off the thrusters and try to back away from the eddy, you pull the DeGrasse Tyson back. It occurs to you that those are the exact controls that you were just using to operate the communications. So for some reason, you were firing thrusters instead of using communication, and it never occurred to you.
That's odd. At that point, I would be I wouldn't say anything aloud to anyone, but I would be confused, obviously on my face, concerned.
While you're sitting there, like trying to gather your own thoughts,
Yeah.
the captain, she hobbles up to you on her cane. She gets close to you and she puts a noticeably trembling hand on your shoulder. Lieutenant, when was the last time you've been checked?
Soon enough ago, Captain.
We need to make sure that we don't have any more of these instances here. Our ship is starting to suffer from all these interferences, banging around from interference to interference.
I agree with you, Captain, which is exactly why I need to stay where I'm at.
You said that the last 3 times as well, Lieutenant. I think it might be best if you stepped away from the controls.
Fine. Yes, ma'am. And I will stand up and excuse myself and head towards sickbay.
Okay. You head towards the turbo lift, and the door won't open for you.
Look up at the door. I'm going to look back at the captain and say, doesn't appear sickbay's welcoming me.
She looks at you, and that's when you start to notice like everyone on the bridge is looking very much out of it. Like people are just kind of staring at the screen, hands on their head. Even Commander Lulk is sitting back in his chair, like breathing deep, seeming like he's meditating. Some members are at the engineering console and they're reaching for it, and then they're stopping, looking again. They're very hesitant about everything they're doing.
Captain, I really think that we should probably stop everything that we're doing right now. Everyone needs to stop. what they're doing.
That might be a good idea, Lieutenant. I think we need to lock down every console to prevent any more of these problems from happening.
I agree. I'm not sure we're seeing what we need to be seeing.
That's for sure. And if the last message we're getting from sickbay is any indication, we might be at the end here.
I doubt that's going to be the case. We just need to make sure everyone stays calm and try to avoid any type of paranoia, fear, anything like that.
Agreed. Lieutenant, are you well enough to lock out your console?
That I can do. I will make my way over to the console and begin the procedure for locking it out.
Okay. Captain will sit down and she will also start punching commands into her personalized command chair.
I will probably get up and start moving from console to console, locking down each station.
Okay.
As I go around.
Yeah, you go and some of the crew members look relieved to see you come by and they just step back and put their hands up.
Yep, and yeah, I just make my way around the bridge and finish that task.
Okay. As you go around doing that, we're going to jump again to sick bay, where all the sick people remain at bay. Okay, on this time here, we're going to actually launch into an actual round of combat, unlike last time, which was our kickoff for the commercial break. So Perry, right now you are attempting to wrestle with the confused security officer.
Right.
The phaser started going off. It's firing. Lots of consoles are exploding around sick bay. The Mainu girl is ducking for cover. Dr. Arda is still comatose in his bed, as well as the other Mainu man. You just catch a glimpse of Ensign Lutant ducking for cover inside the CMO's office, but it looks like she slumps over, like she got lightheaded when she went down as well. Your original lunge for the weapon didn't work, and he's kind of battering you away, and that's when the phaser went off. But now we can actually try a true to life grapple where you would have to do an opposed roll against him.
Okay.
So that is, again, fitness and security.
Okay.
And I don't have your sheet here, so I'm going to see it. So again, fitness, security, and it's a difficulty 1, and you're going to be opposed by his roll as well.
So difficulty, is that complication or?
No, complication. The difficulty is just after you make the roll, you just have to check, see how many results you get. And as long as you have 1, you've succeeded. But as it's an opposed roll, I think this might be our first opposed roll. I'm not sure. Opposed roll is he is fighting back against you to try to stop you from grappling with him. So his difficulty would also generally be 1 in most circumstances. It's not going to be, in this case, due to the result of his infection. It's a little bit harder for him. But what happens is you would need to succeed against him, a higher success than he gets in order to succeed at the grapple, at the melee.
Okay, so I've got determination set to 1. Because I gained it from the previous one, right?
Yes, that's right. So you got 1 point determination.
And the threat is still 4?
Threat, we still have, no, we're at 3 threat right now.
3, okay.
3 threat right now.
Complication still at 3?
Complication is at 3, yes.
And task roll 3?
Task roll is 2 for you right now. It's always base 2 unless you buy more dice.
Okay. How do I buy dice again?
Momentum spend. Right now there's 3 momentum. 1 will buy you an extra die.
All right, let's buy 1 then.
Okay.
And go for, so that's 3 for task roll then, right?
3 for task roll, yeah. And you don't have any focus that applies, and you don't have any talents that apply as well. And I am not sure if you want to use any other value in this now. So
I don't think
that
any of
doesn't
them.
work. Yeah, the only one that works is the violence one, but you've already spent that to get your determination back. And
Yeah.
because you're using that, that's called, I think, challenging your value, which means you kind of cross that out for this episode. So it's finished for this episode. So
Okay.
you couldn't spend it again. Okay.
Let me make a note of that so I remember.
So anytime you use it negative, it's you're challenging your belief in that value. So you don't get to use it again. And I'll explain the next stage later when the episode ends.
Okay. All right.
All right. So if you're good with that, yeah, I'm not spending any threat to bump up his roll, but he needs to get 2 successes in his state right now. And right now he only got 1 success. You got 2 successes, which is a success plus 1 momentum gained because you succeeded over the difficulty you were supposed to get. So you got that 1 point momentum back, and you did succeed against him. So finally, you're able to latch on to him. Now you have the choice in how you're going to grapple with him. What you could do in the rules here is you could do an actual fist fight. It would clearly have to be the Star Trek way of locking both hands together and clubbing him with a double hand. Or you could try grappling him, holding him, so that he wouldn't be able to really do much except for try to break out of your hold. But one other good thing you can do in a melee attack like this is you can spend 2 momentum to trigger extra abilities. I don't know if you have the I think I put on Roll20 momentum spends in the handouts thing you could look at. I think I may have put it there ages ago. Conflict momentum spends, yeah, in handouts.
Yeah, I see it here.
So one of them is disarm is for 2 momentum. So if you spent 2 momentum, you could get that phaser out of his hand.
Wow, this thing does not let me see it very well.
Yeah, I apologize. I might have to do another upload of this. If you
wait, hold on. It's loading, so maybe it just takes a minute. Not taking too long. All right. So disarm is one of the options in conflict momentum.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Personal. Yeah, let's go for disarm then.
Okay. So you can knock that phaser out of his hand, so at least he's disabled with that. And you're still either grappling with him or trying to inflict damage on him, stress damage on him. Which would you prefer to do?
Sorry, say it again.
So you could either be using this attack again, clubbing him and trying to actually injure him and knock him out, or you're just restraining him, but the end result will still get that phaser out of his hand.
Okay. Restrain makes more sense for Bellic.
Yeah, I would say so. So that's a good choice. So yeah, you could lock him down with that, and then he's sort of stuck trying to break out of that. He can't really attack you. He can only try to get out of that grapple. So that's the only thing. And
okay, so I spend 2 momentum. The task roll would be back down to 2 then, right?
So yeah, you spent the momentum and then task roll back down to 2 for your next roll until you buy stuff again.
Okay, all right.
Now you have another point. Oh, I'm sorry. I do mean you don't have to roll right now because you've already accomplished it. I just meant for the future roll. My apologies. Let me go back and see. Was that a good roll? Yeah, it was a decent roll. But also on your last roll, you did generate a threat, which I'm just going to use to add threat to the poll, not doing anything bad for you right now. Okay. So the threat poll's up to 5 now. So I'm not applying that to this situation. I'm just going to let it build up because right now you're holding him.
Should I apply that to my sheet? anyway?
If you want to keep track, I
Okay.
mean, they have space on there to keep track of it, but you don't have to. I'm not a GM that hides the threat level because the rule book says it should be open knowledge anyhow. So
Okay.
if anyone doesn't know, just ask and I'll tell you how much threat is there if you forget. One thing you could potentially do again is, again, just to get in the habit of how this narrative system works, is now that you have him restrained and we're running low on player characters in this situation, you know there's the EMH Mark who is in the room, the holographic doctor who's in the room. You could also spend your last point of momentum to try to kick him into gear. And what he could do in a situation like this is help you disable the man. And being in sick bay, you know there's always hypo sprays around for a quick pss, and knockouts. Right. So something like that is you could spend momentum to trigger NPCs in the room or something in the room to do something for you. And just looking, what's it called on create advantage? There it is. Yeah, it's called a create advantage, but that would need two momentum on this. So no, you wouldn't be able to do that right now. You would need one more point of momentum to do that.
Don't I have one because it was up to 3?
It went up to 3. You spent the 2 to disarm. So instead of the disarm, then that could be the advantage. You could then, instead of disarm, you could spend your 2 momentum to have that advantage be the doctor's.
So it's 2 to disarm or 2 to have Mark come in.
Yeah, do advantage. So again, that's another possibility that you could do. If you had a lot of momentum, you could just build them up again and again and again.
Right.
But with only 3, you would only have one of those options right now.
Okay. Well, okay. So the I already rolled for the disarm. So let's just stick with that then.
Okay. Oh well, your grapple is still going to succeed no matter what. The disarm is just your momentum spend afterwards to like how do you tweak it. So you could keep the disarm. That's fine if you want to, but that doesn't affect your roll. Your roll still succeeds.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So he's going to struggle back against you again. He's going to attempt to break your grapple to get out and hopefully fight you. So with this being an opposed roll, you would have to roll again. So if you wanted to, you could just use that roll you had there. You could roll again and reset, like if you want to do more dice or less dice.
Let's just I don't want to necessarily spend the last momentum right now anyway, so let's stick with this then.
Okay. Yeah, then actually I'll just say, look, I think it's just a general difficulty with him to break the grapple, to be perfectly honest. And then he would, because I don't think he could deal damage with you, so it's not an opposed task per se, it's just breaking the grapple. So no, I don't think you have to do that, but I'll look that up a little later when dialogue's going on, but pretty sure I read since he's not dealing damage, it's breaking it. But it doesn't matter anyhow, he failed the roll. He didn't get it. And he also rolled a complication. So I'm going to say that complication is going to just basically make your next roll easier. That he's so out of it, and he's getting more and more disoriented from his condition that he's forgetting his training, and the way he's struggling is making it easier for you to maintain your grasp on him. So we'll say with that will award you 1 point of momentum instead of him losing threat. So you're at 2 momentum now. So you get your chance to follow up with however you want. You got him restrained. You don't really have to roll again to hold him there. You have him locked in. So what would you like to do?
Well, I got him restrained. I think it's probably best to put him under, just to, if he's going to be causing trouble.
Okay, probably, yeah.
So this would be would I have to use momentum then to have Mark put him under?
I would say because he's restrained, if you want to, you could, yeah, I could say you would have to really do a roll and succeed at it to do that. So I would say that in the situation that he's in, it would just be a minor action for you to quickly reach and grab a hypo spray, because there's clearly going to be one around, I'm sure, because they've been using it to knock people out constantly from this episode. So
Right.
minor action for that, and then you could do one more grapple action against him to apply it.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay, so you just reach over, grab the thing on your own, and then roll your grapple. Again, it's difficulty 1 still, and he's struggling against it, but again, he can't really fight against you, so he'll just roll to see difficulty-wise how that happens, okay?
Okay.
What you get there? Let's take a look at that. All right, yeah, 2 successes. You only needed 1. You gained 1 more momentum over that, and he failed yet again, but no threat generated, or no complication generated. So as he's struggling, he like wiggles himself into a headlock, and so you have a chance, free your hand, you grab a hyper spray and just stick it on the side of his neck, and then he slumps down to his knees, and you ease him to the floor.
Okay.
All right, threat neutralized. Finally, the Mainu girl stands up. She's wide-eyed, looking terrified at what's going on. Like, oh my, I think a lot of your crew are suffering from the disease far worse than I expected.
So it would seem. We need to find a way to speed up this recovery. And so I need to talk to
Thadagia?
Thadagia, yes.
Okay. As you go through the CMO's office, you see Lieutenant is lying on the floor in almost a catatonic state. Whether she knows what's happening or not at this point, you're not sure, but you're pretty much aware that it's hitting her harder at this moment. Okay, Thadagia, behind you, you hear the struggling stop, and then the boot steps as Lieutenant Commander Velik comes into the research lab.
Lieutenant, I would like to lend my assistance in boosting the computers to see if we can find a way to determine a cure for this illness.
That would be excellent. Any hope that you can lend would be well appreciated.
Okay, so Thadagia, you'll probably want to get back into plugging away at this cure then, right?
Correct.
Let's see, where we left off, you got the work track down to 7. You already reached one. Hang on a second, I wrote it in the wrong thing. Breakthrough. You're not shooting at a ship. You got 1, and I wrote breach even though I said it's breakthrough. You already got 1 breakthrough out of 3, correct?
Yes, I believe that was.
Okay, difficulty is down to 3 now because of your first breakthrough. So Velik, you're going to try to boost the efficiency of the computer, right, to help him sequence this cure, correct?
Yes.
All right. So then, Thadagia, you're going to make your roll for this again. That's going to be, what was it, control medicine last time, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we said your focus counted, right, the xenobiology, because you're dealing with the DNA of the Mainu, correct?
Yes.
Was there any talent that applied? I don't think so.
Don't
No.
believe so.
And no. And you used your value, so you have no more determination, but the only way you get determination back would be to make the roll more difficult by taking complication, and that might not be the smartest move right now, correct? Okay, so then your basic roll is going to be the usual 2, complication range of 3, against difficulty 3. Now, Valak, you're going to be digging into the computers, ripping in there and like trying to boost the accuracy. So what skill are we going to be using for you, right?
I'm guessing insight and engineering would probably be the best ones for this.
Yeah, that looks perfect, because like you're really applying theoretical stuff here because you don't know exactly what he's doing. So yeah, insight engineering sounds good. Focus, I would think computers, right?
Computers,
because you're not actually doing the research, you're just making the computer better for him.
Right.
Okay.
And then talent, bold applies, right? Engineering.
Yeah. So if you buy if you buy a third die using threat instead of spending momentum, so you add 1 more threat to the pool, then you'll get a free reroll on any one of your d20s. That's how bold engineering will work. If you so choose.
I think we're okay with this then.
Okay. And let's see here, David or Jeremy, either of you, if you could open up the DeGrasse Tyson sheet, and somebody roll for the DeGrasse Tyson as well. That is going to be a computers and medicine roll with focus on. That's only 1 die. Perry, let's see, you're going to, hang on a second. It could either be, okay, here's the thing that we need to decide right now. Perry, are you going to do your roll separately and try to boost it on its own, where you could then again spend momentum to create an advantage to make it easier for Thadagia? Or are you going to treat this as an assist, as you're doing it simultaneously with him and you roll 1d20?
Let's make it easier on him and do it separately.
Okay, so he's going to jump in and get that done. So Perry, you do your roll first. That doesn't get any benefit from the ship. That's just going to be you doing it on your own. That'll be 2d20 on your task, unless you buy more. You could buy 1 with momentum, or you could buy 1 with threat, and the threat will give you a free reroll.
And does complication stay at 3?
Complication stays at 3, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Let's take a look at that. Sorry, I'm opening the wrong window. Oh my god. I'm opening all the wrong windows. Where the heck? I actually lost. There it is. Oh my god. I lost my roll 20 for a second. There you go. All right, 3 successes is actually a difficulty of 2 you need to do, so you gain 1 extra momentum. There's 4 momentum right now, which means you can spend 2 to create an advantage.
Okay. So it's got boost up to 4, and then I can spend 2 to create an advantage.
Yeah, you got 4 momentum now, and 2 of them could create an advantage for Thadagia, which would be like increase computational efficiency.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so now Thadagia, you're operating under that advantage, increased computational efficiency.
Roll again or no?
You don't have to roll again, no.
Okay.
Okay, you basically got in there and did your thing. Now the thing is also with Perry doing his own thing, and that separately, that's also eating up the time left of the track to find the cure for this. So that ate up 1 interval there because it took 1 action there. So Thadagia, you basically just had to sit back and let him work his magic with the computers. So again, you have less time now, but now you have a bit better chance at it. Your difficulty now is only 2 thanks to Perry, even though there's still there's still 3 breakthroughs remaining. So difficulty is 2. Let me do that. All right. So Jeremy or David, who's going to roll for the Tyson?
I don't mind rolling.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Thadagia, make sure your medical and that. Are you buying anything?
I'm not sure. Is there anything to buy? I mean, I only have threats for it.
Oh no, there's still 2 momentum. There's still 2 momentum you can use. You could buy 1 die with momentum clearly, and if you wanted extra dice, you would have to spend at least 1 threat and the last momentum, and then you would get 2 more dice.
Okay. Well, I'll spend at least momentum since we're cut for time.
Okay, so that will give you 3 dice right now, and difficulty right now is 2. And yeah, if that's all you're going to spend, then David, you already made your roll, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Failed it. Congratulations. Okay, so then 3 dice for you, Thadagia, and focus is yes. Then if there's nothing more you're going to buy, you could just make your roll. Oh, that's right. Gene, you don't have access to the roller, do you?
No.
Right. You're the one who's having problem. Yeah, I'm like, okay, he'll make the roll. Jeremy, could you be a good sport and roll for Thadagia, please? Can you open up
Sure. Let
Thadagia's
me
sheet?
pull up his.
I apologize, Gene. I forgot. Yeah, you had the problem with roll 20.
Let's see.
But I told you very, very, very clearly what you would have been rolling, right, Gene?
Yes.
I can't seem to have access to his character sheets. I found his profile.
I thought I made them open to everyone. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't do it for his sheet. Apologies. I thought I had it. Everyone could do it. Sorry. All right. Well, Gene, I'll just roll with my fancy dice then, if you don't mind, right?
All right.
All right. Let's make use of my fancy dice that I spent.
I got more luck to him anyway.
What's that?
I said they have more luck to him anyway.
All right, here we go. Just the 3 dice, right, Gino?
Correct.
And what's your skill? What's your skill number? Where are we rolling for? It's control and medicine.
I think in medicine.
Control medicine. That gives you what? What's the thing? 14, right? Okay, so we want under 14. Under 14. Under 14. Oh, and all 3 are under 14, so that's good. So we got 7, 7, and 12, and no complications hit. That's 1 extra momentum coming your way. And now we have to roll the challenge dice. So that's 2 plus your skill, so that's 6 again. And let's see, 2, 4, 6. All right, here we go. Down there. Oh, I just knocked my board down. I want to see what to use in the extended task. Again, I apologize for going so slow, but this is the extended task thing, and this is really something I want to get the hang of. So let's see what we got on here. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5 resistance. 5 resistance, but 5 resistance. 5 stress for the work track. But again, resistance is 2. And what you can do, just like last time, 1 momentum can kill 2 resistance. So then all 5 will apply, and that's another breakthrough.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll do that. You got all 5. Work track is down to 2. You got 2 breakthroughs now. The difficulty is now only 1, thanks to it. And yeah, sad part is you're going to be on the last interval now that you realize you're starting to get your head all swimming. Things are starting to go crazy. And you realize this is going to be a last shot at it coming up. But before that happens, let's get back to David. David, where you at, my friend?
Wandering the halls.
Wandering the halls, as you should be. That's a good security person. You don't find anyone. You don't find anyone with phasers on them. Even when you come across security personnel, they don't have phasers on them. You find some people just sitting listlessly in the hall. Some members again seem to be actively avoiding you when they see you. They see you and they go a different way. Some of them just ignore you completely, even if you talk to them. Some are mumbling incoherently. And finally, you come up to the the turbolift doors. Yeah, turbolift doors to get to the bridge. You step inside the turbolift and you call for the bridge, and the computer comes on. Cannot comply. Bridge is under lockdown protocols.
Would I know any way to override that as head of security?
You may, yeah, definitely. You could try.
Yeah, let's give it a go.
All right. So you try your luck at the panel. At the panel there.
Methodically this time. I'm not going to rip it apart.
Yeah. Okay. So then that's going to be a control plus security.
Oh, this is the DeGrasse. That's why it's not making sense. Control plus security.
Control plus security. This is going to be difficulty 3. Complication range is 3 again.
Okay.
I don't think there's any focus that applies. Is there any talent you want to use? Are you buying any extra dice?
I'm not going to buy dice this time, no.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Take a look here. What you get?
2.
So you're punching in the codes and you realize it's been locked down pretty solid. So you don't have the ability to do it just right here from a turbolift control.
Okay. Well, given my arm is messed up and everyone seems to be going a little crazy, I'm going to try and make my way to the med bay instead.
Okay. So you start heading down the corridors and basically same conditions you've been seeing everywhere else. Same responses you get. Most people that seem aware try to avoid you, and the people who don't seem aware don't really care that you're there at all. You get down just outside of sickbay. Down just outside sickbay, and let's see, where are you? Just outside sickbay. And give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. And as you're coming down the corridor, you see another member of your security staff outside sickbay, and he is just violently kicking on the door, trying to smash it in.
Okay, well, I'm going to address him. What are you doing? Why are you trying to smash into medbay?
When you call out to him, he turns and looks at you all wild-eyed, like, we have to get in there. They're attacking everyone.
Who's attacking everyone?
He stops for a moment, like, the Jem'Hadar.
The what? The Gemini?
The Jem'Hadar. They've taken over the station.
Do I know what a Jem'Hadar is?
Jem'Hadar were the grunts of the Dominion War that just ended basically a couple days ago, though you were sent far across from. You never got to face any head-to-head. Your closest call with the Dominion War was when the Breen attacked Starfleet Academy.
The lizardy things.
Okay. Yeah, you were far away from that in your Academy days.
Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. You need to calm down. There's no way there's Jem'Hadar on the ship. Tell me what's going on.
He turns and looks at you, and like his eyes narrow. Like, you're one of the changelings.
What? No, I'm not a changeling.
It's like, you're not going to trick me. And he comes charging straight down the hall at you.
Okay. I'm going to preemptively try and knock him out.
Okay.
He doesn't have a gun, does he?
Whether he does or doesn't, he's not using it right now. He's
Okay.
just charging straight at you. Do your same thing, opposed fitness and security roll. It's usually a 1 difficulty, but because of your complication of your arm, it's 2 difficulty for you.
Okay. Complication range 2.
Complication range is still 3 right now. You're doing 2 rolls,
Using
but
focus.
are you spending any dice or no?
No, but I'm using a focus hand-to-hand combat. So
Hand-to-hand combat. There you go. So focus on. All right. He's making his roll. You make your roll 2. Let's see what you get there.
2.
2. That's what you need. You need 2. No momentum gained. He also needed 2. He got 1 success and a complication. So
Okay.
we can work that complication to your advantage there. So he comes at you. You're the one who succeeds. So you're able to either deal damage to him or disable him or do something like that, or like restrain him, I should say.
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically use his momentum against him in his charge, and even with just 1 good arm, you're able to just twist around, do a nice judo flip, and knock him to the ground. And we'll just say, with the complication, knock him out instantly.
Lovely.
Just a grunt.
So I'm going to check to see if he does have a phaser, because this guy's clearly crazy and shouldn't be carrying one.
Yes, he does. He does, in fact.
I'm going to take that from him and stick that in my pocket.
Okay. Let's see. Judo flip. Okay. All right. Okay, you got that in your belt, and you're back at the sickbay door. You press the key, but sickbay seems to be locked as well.
God damn it. Can I press the buzzer to see if anyone let me in?
That's good. Okay. When the kicking suddenly changes to a friendly doorbell, violent kicking suddenly becomes like friendly neighborhood Avon lady coming in. Finally, you hear voice from the other side, like, "Who is it?"
It's Frank, Lieutenant Frank, head of security. What's going on?
Well, if you would refrain from kicking in the door of my sickbay, what's going on is the ship seems to be falling apart, Lieutenant.
And how is that?
Well, clearly you don't remember, and that's the issue. Nobody can remember anything.
Shit. Can I come in? I've damaged my arm for the time being, and I need to find out what's going on.
I don't think that's a good idea, Lieutenant, that we are all in lockdown here, and according to my records, you are supposed to be quarantined inside your quarters.
Yeah, I kind of made my way out of that.
Which raises a few red flags in my programming, so if you wouldn't mind, could you please stay outside there and refrain from kicking in my door?
Well, that wasn't me, but I've stopped the guy who was doing it.
Well, you have my appreciation, but the point remains I am not allowing you inside here.
Do you know if there's anywhere that needs any help? Because I can't seem to get in anywhere.
Perhaps you could check with any crew member that is not inside here.
Okay. And I'll turn away from the door, wondering what the hell I should do.
Okay, as you step out there, very quick, going back up to the bridge. Going back up to the bridge, and here we go, just mothering around. By this point now, Commander Locke has declared that he's seeing things from a more Klingon perspective, he announced. and he is self-isolating and locking himself inside the conference room to prevent himself from becoming a threat. He then declared that Lieutenant not Thadaji, I apologize, Thishran, too many thus. Lieutenant Thishran, you are to relieve him on there. And since you still have most of your senses when you snap to it, the captain fully agrees that you would be the next best person to take command should she also succumb to this disease.
All right.
While you're sitting in the commander's chair, because everyone's sort of trying to stay away from controls at the moment, the captain looks at you and said, "Are you beginning to remember anything, Lieutenant?"
No, I'm not. No. What do we, Captain? We need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. What do we know about what's going on?
What we know is the infection brought over from that vessel. And when she says that, you see a very small, it doesn't even look like a space-worthy box drifting around a gravimetric field outside in the swirling chaos. The disease brought on board there is spreading rapidly through the various species of the DEGRASSE Tyson, seemingly more so than the native Menu who brought the infection. And it's placing everyone in various states of a form of dementia, it would seem.
I think I'd almost suggest a quarantine, then, Captain. I think we should order everyone to go to their quarters one at a time, and just go in total lockdown.
Well, we did that hours ago, Lieutenant. I'm sorry you don't recall that, but you were very vocal on getting that put underway, but I'm glad you're still as strongly for it as you were back then.
It's going to affect the Sharan a bit to know that he's misremembering things. So I see. Have we heard anything from sickbay? Do we have any leads on what this could possibly be?
The last report from sickbay was over 30 minutes ago.
I see. What was it?
They said that they were just beginning to research a cure, but they were suffering from the side effects of this disease. They thought that perhaps humans were less affected than the rest of the species, but it turns out not to be true.
I see. Well, could it, we're just going to have to wait it out then, I see.
It appears that way. And suddenly you get to do another Star Trek jolt in your chair there as you just get slammed there, shaking. And you see on the screen, the ship starts drifting again. It would appear that the wandering anomalies in this sector of space are not going to leave us alone. That is a 2-threat spend for me over here. Lieutenant, do you think you have enough command of your faculties to get us away from this anomaly as well?
We're going to find out. I'm going to get up from my chair and go to the con for the for the ship's controls.
Okay. You make your way to your post and everything's in lockdown on your station. And as you look down at it, you know things are looking abnormal to you. It's not, you know, it's the same controls that you're always using, but for some reason it looks like it's scrambled.
See, I'm going to rub my eyes and close my eyes and take a few deep breaths and try to center myself and gather myself and open my eyes and hopefully That will make a little bit more sense.
Okay. That's going to be a second double threat spend on you to impose the complication of basically just the Choren's disease is what it's called. You weren't there in last episode, so you're under the full complication of that, which means it increases the difficulty for you right now. Okay. So you'll unlock the station and you look at the controls. While it looks like the colors are different than they should be, they're in different places, but you feel like you still have it in your muscle memory to get it done. It's going to be a difficulty 3 task for you to try to successfully get away from this anomaly.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll. I guess control the con still.
Control and con, and you have one momentum, and there's 1 threat left as well for anything you might want to buy extra dice or do anything else.
Okay. I guess if everyone's okay with it, I may buy an extra die just to get us out of this.
Okay.
So be task roll 3.
Task roll 3.
Complication range is 3.
Complication range is 3. It's going to be again difficulty 3. So
Okay.
if you're good with that, and piloting, so you have focus.
Okay. Oh, so I didn't take focus, so should I roll again with focus on?
Oh, well, let's see. I'll just look at what your roll was. There, you got a. Jesus, wow, this is so weird to look at. How does that? Good gravy. What does these dice mean? Hang on, because it shows you what you roll, or at least it's supposed to. But what the heck is? Usually, I thought we saw before, but that doesn't make any sense. Because that's.
If you hover over the numbers, bottom left.
Oh yeah, I thought you just hover over once and it showed you the whole roll, but no, you got to look at all the numbers individually, don't you? Oh, I see it now. I see it now. So, at the bottom, where did you say bottom left?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
left,
the number you roll. There you go. Yeah, I
9,
see.
1.
Okay.
Oh, 9,
I
1,
see.
13. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was just one hover over and it was all the dice shown. But yeah, thanks, David. That's good. Okay, so no, it doesn't matter. You didn't get the focus on there, but you still got four successes. So you got the success and you generated 1 point of momentum back. So you regained that momentum. And so it almost helps with you closing your eyes and just trusting the movement of your fingers instead of what your eyes are seeing, and you basically fly the ship blind and back away from the anomaly and get in a more stable orbit again.
All right.
I have to say, Lieutenant, I'm continually impressed by your ability to control this ship.
I don't respond.
Perhaps it might be best if you locked your controls again and stepped away in case we have another incident like before.
I'll look over my shoulder and slowly nod and relock the controls.
Okay. Let's just hope that Lieutenant Captain pauses. Just the sick bay is. She starts trailing off.
I'm going to walk up to her. I'm going to put my hand on her arm. Say, Captain, I think it's time you made it to the sick bay. Maybe I should handle things here.
Perhaps you have the bridge, and you notice her head tilt towards your pips before she says, Lieutenant. And then she steps aside, going off, realizing can't get into the turbolift. So she heads out towards her her private office, and you hear the door lock behind her.
Okay.
Okay, next, very quick. This is down to the last roll now in sick bay. Down to the last roll. Wait a second, I gotta take this nice woman out there and leave him in command. Okay, last roll in sick bay. Here we go. So again, you still have the benefit of the better computers that Valak has set up for you, Thadagia. This is your last time interval remaining. You have only two. You only have two work left on the work track, and you need 2 more breakthroughs. So, but it's only difficulty of 1 right now.
Okay.
So, let's see. What are you going to do? Buying extra dice.
We still have. You know what? Might as well be safe. Yeah, we'll buy an extra. Dice.
Okay. Now, let's see here. Let me just get to. Hang on. I want to make sure, just in case, because this is the last roll, I want to make sure all the options are available. So I want to open to the right page of this extended task. Okay, there we go. So any kind of momentum you might have to spend, I don't want to have you miss anything. All right, additional work, piercing, reroll work. Okay, so there we go. All right, so you have 1 momentum, or you're buying a 3rd die with that.
Yes.
Okay. Are you buying any more with threat?
Where were you sitting at with the rat?
Right now, 1 threat right now. Hang on, what's happening there? Okay. Okay, hang on a second. Perry's just having a little bit technical issues, but we'll see in a second. All right, we have only 1 threat, so you could spend, if you gain 1, well, no, you will have to gain 2 more threat. You could roll another die. Now, here's a, not suggestion, but here's another possibility that is based in the situation. Again, remember, if you take a, I don't know if you want to use a value. I don't even know if any value would apply. I think number 4 might. You could challenge that value. You could challenge that value if you could explain it, or you could challenge a value if you have it. And again, that will increase the difficulty for you, making it difficulty 2. But it gives you a point of determination, but that you would then have to spend in another way to guarantee you 2 more successes. So it would almost cancel each other out if you could find 2 values to use, 1 negative and then 1 positive. I don't know if you would be able to, but I always want you to be aware of these so you're constantly thinking about values, okay? It might not be possible in this situation, but something like this where it's only 1 difficulty and challenging that might make it difficulty 2, but getting that determination and spending it will then guarantee me 2 successes anyhow. You know you're going to succeed, so it's almost like a safe expenditure of it, and it also gets your values into play for the episode. Again, I don't know, and it doesn't look like it might. I mean, maybe do unto others, maybe just start spraying people with like random untested vaccines and hope that works. But just,
I think Perry just dropped out. I don't
yeah,
know.
he sent a message on Facebook. Yeah, he's saying that it's freezing up, so he's restarting. So
okay.
I figure I would go through the long-winded explanation about values again and give him a moment to get back. So yeah, again, that's always, I just always want people thinking that. So far, Jeremy, did you use a value this game? Not yet, right?
No, I don't think
so.
so.
Not yet. That's right, because you've been gone the other parts of the episode. But that's okay. There's still, this isn't the end of the episode at all. There's still a big chunk to come up here. David, are you thoroughly confused, sir, about what's happening?
Well, all I understand so far is I finally come out of lockdown in my country, and I'm now playing a game where I'm in lockdown again.
Yeah. Well, you voluntarily locked yourself away in isolation, and then you also just broke the door and ran outside maskless.
Oh, he's an American.
Yeah. No, I think Drake is finally your first actual British character, isn't he?
Yes, he
Yeah.
is.
You're finally playing a responsible Brit, and what the hell do? You start copying all your American crew members. What the hell is wrong with you? What is your deal? What is your problem? Okay, roaming around the hall, coughing on people. The hell?
Yeah, I realized shortly after leaving that I might have made a mistake leaving the room when I found that guy banging away at the lab. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
there's something mentally wrong with him. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Oh, anyway.
Yeah. Well, you did it anyhow, but I mean, it was a good point. I'll just say it now while we're waiting for it. We're in our little break here for Bella coming back. We'll make our last roll. We'll make our last roll, see how Thadagia does on this roll, and then we'll take our 3 p.m. break as we always do, 3 p.m. Japan time break, as we always do, 10-minute break. But wanted to see if Perry would be back for the roll. But I just want to say, that's why I didn't type up an episode guide for last week's episode, because the whole disease is about everyone losing their memories, and some memories stay, some memories go, and people are on different things. So I thought it would be best if Thishron and Drake both show up in the midst of it, realizing they have stuff to do, but then have no idea what's going on because their characters no longer have those memories of what they were doing before then, even though they've been doing stuff. So
Yeah.
it worked. Good.
It
Everyone's
worked well.
confused.
That's kind of brilliant.
Kind of brilliant, but all by accident, all by complete scheduling mishaps. It worked out perfectly in this story. Yeah. Okay, I see Velik's name there, but I don't know if Perry's back. I don't see his picture. And Perry, can you hear us? Perry, can you hear me? Perhaps not. But he's reserved his spot there, at least. All right, well, let's fire up the roll. I guess I'm the one doing the roll for you anyhow, Gina, right? So you got 3 dice because you spent the last momentum. Are you buying any more dice with threat? Are you like
No.
make sure like this is at the end of it? You want to make
yeah,
sure.
Harry's gone again, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait. Oh. Coming in. Coming out. We got a very stern face looking at us. Stern face, come on. Hey, a less stern face. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. We're just reminding everyone about values and everything there, and we're just shaping up to make the dice roll.
Okay.
So again, you need to hit 2 breakthroughs in this, Gino, for it to actually succeed without difficulty, succeed without major complications.
Okay.
So it's your call. Are you going to gain more threat to roll extra dice, or are you betting it all?
No, I think we're
on
going
the
to stay where we're at.
Okay.
With what we
3
have right
dice.
now.
All right.
Yeah.
Nothing else that applies, I think. So here we go. I'm rolling your blue science dice too, because you're a scientist. All 3 blue science dice. You're a medic. Here we go. It's under there. Unfortunately, if I rolled a 4, you would have gotten your focus to kick in. But I did roll a 5, 7, and 8, so they're all successes anyhow. So you gain 2 points of momentum back. 2 points of momentum back, and you make the success. So you're rolling 6 dice. Now, what you need to get, that's 6 dice, right? You need to get 6 stress dealt on the work track for this to, it just flew out and hit me in the face. You need to get 6 stress down on here in order to hit both of the breakthroughs, because you have 2 left on the work track. So 2 more points is going to make it hit 0, which gives you an automatic breakthrough. And then 5 points of stress dealt is always an automatic breakthrough. So if you get 5 on here, you will be able to hit the last 2 breakthroughs you need. Are you ready, sir?
Ready.
All right. I can't see under here. So what you have now is you have three hits. 3 hits on here. Again, you needed 5. You have 3 hits, but here's the thing. There's 2 resistance, which means it's going to eat up 2 of the hits, leaving you with only 1, gaining you no breakthroughs, not hits. So you would have to spend 1 momentum to at least kill those 2 resistance, like you've been doing every time. I assume you want to do that, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1 last momentum left because of that. This is why even something like building threat is not a bad idea, because the more successes you get, the more momentum you might generate, and that gives you a lot more options for your rolls later. You could spend this 1 momentum too, and the 3 dice that rolled blanks, you can re-roll all 3 of them.
Oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Okay, because you got 3 successes here. I'll set them off to the side, and then the 3 dice here. Again, you need 2 more results, and that will do it. And you will have completed sequencing. You'll get, and all right. How about this? You make the roll, you put in the calculations, and we'll take our 3 p.m. commercial break right now to do that. I'm going to take a picture of what the dice are, and I'll send it to you, Gina. So then when we resume in about, we'll resume at about 3 o'clock. So in 7 minutes, you can announce to everyone what you're going to have to do to get the cure out. Okay.
All right.
Keep everyone in stitches until they get back from the commercial break. We could do it like a Japanese TV show too, and then when we come back, we'll just show me making that roll 5 times in a row until I actually show you what the roll is, and it takes another 10 minutes and just makes you completely frustrated to be watching TV. So we'll see if this is airing in Japan. All right, let's take about a 7-minute break. Get your restroom break, get a drink, and let me fire this picture off to Gene so he knows exactly what his order is. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Be right back. Start there. Okay, and we're back from our little break. So, Sadagia, you've been sitting at the controls for well over an hour now, and your fingers are punching away. You feel the effects of the infection really getting to you. Your mind's getting cloudier and cloudier, but you know this is your last chance. This might be the final chance to get this done. So one way or another, if it's correctly sequenced or not, you're going to have to make the call and stop here, or else you might not have the wherewithal to actually continue researching this cure. And if that's the case, then the whole ship may be lost. So you punch the final controls in, you get your result, it produces a serum, and it comes out of the dispenser ready for a hypo spray right in front of you. What do you do?
I'm gonna, as soon as the results show that they're going to be clear and successful, I'm going to alert the bridge. Somewhat confused, still, as I feel my sanity somewhat slipping. This is the Dodgy, it's a bridge.
Go ahead, the Dodger.
Commander, I believe we have the vaccine ready. It's ready to be administered, and I believe we can do this through our airborne administration method.
I know this is a bad question, but how confident in it are you?
As far as I can tell, there are no problems here. Given our alternatives, I would suggest we administer this as soon as possible.
Then I'll leave it in your capable hands, sir. Thank you for
sir.
everything you've done.
Thank you.
Okay, so you have the vaccine created, you have the cure basically created, and can work together with Velik in order to distribute it throughout the ship. And once you know you can inoculate yourself and get everyone inside sickbay cure, it's easy to release the lockdown, and you're able to get in touch with Lieutenant Drake, make sure he gets injected as well, make sure that he's clear, and then together he could be gathering up his security team, pulling everyone together, and eventually getting it distributed to the whole ship. Okay? We're going to do a typical Star Trek skip the tiny details, not go into a montage with music of everyone getting their shots there and smiling, giving a thumbs up and going on. We're going to jump to the next scene. You would lose a point of momentum with a scene change, but the fact is you spent all the momentum, so you don't have to worry about that. So instead, we are just going to go to the next scene because there's still a number of things to be done. But good job getting that taken care of at the last second, Gino. You want to tell them how many results you got there at the end?
Yes.
Where is that room? Ah, there
Well,
it is. There it is.
one of our alternatives.
Let's see.
Let's see here. Well, basically, we had a particular vaccine I wasn't particularly fond of. It would have had some unknown side effects. And we did have 8 successful results. However, that was able to complete the sequence, which ensured the high success rate of this vaccine going through.
Okay. All right. Let's switch to the next scene. So after getting everyone taken care of, getting the vaccine spread to all the members of the crew, much like other vaccines, some members still get hit by it pretty hard. Some members take a slower recovery. So even though Commander Locke isn't really out of it, he's still not in the best position to resume his duties. So he's leaving that position to Lieutenant Thishron for the time being, until he's confident that he will be able to fully execute his duties as the first officer of the ship. So the captain has now called what's remaining, or what's standing of her bridge crew, her senior staff, into the conference room to deal with the next of multiple issues to get this solved. Again, it's hard for everyone's memories to fully come through. There's still a lot that's foggy. There's still a lot that's catching up, that when you hear about it, it's like, oh yeah, that's right, something like that. And there's still some things that of the more recent memories may be gone permanently. But fortunately, all of your past history is definitely slowly returning, if not already there. So it looks like there's going to be no lingering side effects from this disease or from this vaccine. That makes sense? Everyone can hear that? Okay. So those of you who missed portions of the episode before, if you don't recall the details that happened in there, that's just your memory not catching up with you, or it just might be one of the short-term memories that aren't coming back. Lieutenant Drake, you do recall going on board the vessel. And you recall the first Menu man waking up. He's still recovering in sickbay right now because he was really pretty far gone by the time the vaccine came. So his recovery is going to take a while. The second girl that you were there, you vaguely remember her waking up, and then the next thing you know, you're breaking out of your room and you're hurting your arm. Your arm's been treated, by the way, because enough time has been done by then. So you could take that complication off. But you remember the investigation, the Klingons who pointed you to this vessel in distress. You remember finding the dead Menu who was killed by the Klingons on board. Investigating the crime scene, and realizing that Menu man must have been in a deep state of that dementia, of that disease, probably attacked the Klingon, and he got what most skinny people who attack Klingons get. And that's why you found him in the pool of dried blood, and no Klingon to be seen after that. But that raises the question, and the captain brings up the issue of the Klingons. And now that everyone's gathered, unfortunately, because of all the damage we've sustained in this region from all the subspace interference, the gravimetric eddies and the tachyon eddies that are prevalent in this region, we have suffered the same fate as the Klingon vessel, and our communication system are extraordinarily damaged. We are not able to send any long-range transmissions from the ship, and especially, we probably can't even get many short-range transmissions until we get out of this area of space. However, if this disease was this contagious for us on a brief adventure onto that vessel, we can only assume that the Klingons themselves have also become infected. And their last known course is heading towards Narendra Station. If they were to beam aboard the station, there's no telling how far this disease would spread.
Well, that is I do find that to be a definite concern. The obvious answer is we got to stop them.
Indeed. I need
Can
ideas.
we send an alert ahead to Narendra Station to
Unfortunately, not with the damage that our communications has received in here. Much like the Klingons, when we first encountered them, we weren't able to establish contact with their vessel until they were right on top of us. I'm afraid that until we get reinforced relays in our communications, we're not going to fare too well in this part of space. So in one sense, we have to get back to Narendra anyhow to make upgrades to this ship. But at the same time, if we don't cut off the Klingons, or at least stop them from reaching Narendra, we are going to have a much bigger issue to deal with.
We disable the ship and perhaps give the cure to them, possibly forcefully.
Possibly. That might be our only option. Any suggestions? Is it going to be easy to track down the Klingons based on what we know about their ship? Or do we just cut them off and make our way to Narendra and hope that we get there in time and they don't bypass us and hit their goal before we can stop them?
I feel like we need to track them down. If we go to Narendra and they don't show up, then we don't know where that disease is going to go.
Mr. Drake, do you have any input on this?
I agree we need to stop them, but it's whether or not we go to Narendra first. just to make sure that even if we try to track them, who's to say we find them?
That is true. Mr. Velik. Mr. Velik, from what you know or what you can obtain from the sensor readings we got of how damaged the bird of prey was, and the fact that we know they were intending to head to Narendra before their memories would have started to slip away as ours did, do you think you would be able to plot a course together with Mr. Thishran?
I'm not 100% certain, but it would be worth a try, I believe.
And then we have to decide then, what is the course we're going to be? Are we going to track them down, or are we going to try to reach their assumed target?
I feel like we need to track them.
Agreed.
Agreed.
We're not sure if they are going to show up at Narendra.
Especially with their minds in such a messed up state, they could take a left instead of a right and end up on any planet.
I agree. Well, then, if there's no other issue, then I would like Mr. Velik and Mr. Thishran to work together and try to plot a course, determine where they might be at this point.
Understood.
We can do that.
Mr. Drake, I am going to need you to prepare a boarding party. As you said, we might have to administer the cure forcefully.
Agreed. I'll get that ready
And
immediately.
I would maybe advise on having the ship's battle stations ready, as we might have to disable them first.
Captain, if I may ask a question, how's Commander Locke doing? Right, is he recovering well?
Commander Locke is regaining his memories and regaining his composure, but he's not really sure if he is fit for commander's duties at this moment.
Well, I have a concern. What do we have there been any reactions on this ship to this cure? Anything adverse?
That would be Thadagia. You could pipe in with that.
No, as far as you have shown, all the results have tested clear.
That's good. I just have a concern, if we give them this cure, do we know how it's going to affect a Klingon?
Well, if Commander Locke is anything to go by, it appears that the memories will come back, but the physical strength might take a little more time, as there seems to be a lot of resistance.
All right. I just don't want to have some type of political disaster on our hands.
That would be an interesting twist, wouldn't it?
That it would.
Okay, then, Mr. Thadagia, I would like you to prepare a number of doses that could be administered via hypospray if we get a boarding crew on the Klingon ship.
Could we not just do some form of airborne? Because I'm not exactly picturing Klingons willingly sitting down and taking these hypo sprays.
I don't think they will. However, if it's what we saw on our ship, I think we have to expect some physical resistance, but there is the possibility that many of them will be put in a catatonic or just an unresponsive state. Those would be the best targets for at least the initial inoculation.
I guess we'll leave the rest in Lieutenant Drake's capable hands.
They're having difficulties with their memories. I'm sure they won't remember me stunning them.
Just don't hurt them.
That's what the stun setting's for.
That's the only setting you should have.
Everyone glances at you. Indeed, we do not want to cause any additional harm that may already be caused by this disease, and our most likely unfortunate need to disable them with force. Okay, so shall we move forward towards that? So let's see here. I think it'll be best to maybe start with Velik and Thishron, right?
Okay.
Sounds good.
So knowing what you know about the ship, let's see here. You're going to, I would say you're going probably, you know, the ship received a lot of damage in this area of the Shackleton Expanse. You got your scans from them when you first encountered the Klingons. So Velik, you would be able to look over those results to know probably the maximum warp they could take, the plus even consulting with Thishron as the pilot, the likely highest speed and the likely course that they would be taking, and then any other issues that their engines may have been facing at the time to try to plot the most likely point they would be. And then after that, it would be up to Thishron to chart the best course to get there as fast as possible.
Okay.
All right. Then let's see here. Which one would that be? All right. Then we'll leave that to Velik for now. Velik, how would you like to make this determination? And you could get support from, it's possible you could get support from Thishron on this, being the pilot, so knowing a lot about courses and piloting and that. But it's also maybe possible that Lieutenant Drake might be able to do support instead, being a tactical person to maybe know deeper information about a Klingon bird of prey due to war game scenarios and knowing what the ship's capable of. So think about who you are going to be consulting with for your calculations and whose you would go with.
I think we'd go for piloting for now because with their minds being all sort of jumbled, it might be hard. They're even more unpredictable than usual.
Okay.
So I think focusing on the tech might be the best course. That should probably be so I'd like Thishron's help with that. And for me, I'm guessing that would be am I gonna be rolling for this?
Yeah, you'll be the lead role here because you're going to be the one that's sort of feeding the data that Thishron is later going to use to determine his course. So you're going to be doing the whole engine analysis based on that. So it's definitely going to be an engineering role.
Right. The other one I'm wondering, insight or reason?
Insight or reason. So are you leaning more towards on the physical evidence you could see, or are you leaning more towards the I would say hypothesizing what you would guess from the situation of they're infected, they're damaged, they're in a rough area of space, are they going to try avoiding things and that? So
I'm thinking leaning more on the physical evidence.
Okay, then that'll be reason.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
and then Thishron, to determine what you're contributing here, it's going to be a task 1 role for you in any case. So Thishron, you are probably doing your own reason, correct? And con, would that be right?
Yeah, reason and con, yeah.
Because you're thinking if you were a pilot, if your ship was in that condition that Velik is explaining to you, and you were in this kind of devastating region of space, how would you apply your skills to get there safely and quickly, right?
Right.
All right. There's no roll from the ship because this is all just you doing calculations on your own. Let's see. Any focus on you fellows? I think definitely piloting for Thestron, right?
Yeah, piloting.
And for Velik, it could be, you could have a few different ones. You could have warp field dynamics, you have investigation.
Yeah.
Observation, which is for some reason spelled observation.
Either way, that's just with your Vulcan accent. That's why. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, then one of those will count. So just click yes on there. That's good.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys can apply to that with talents?
Let's see.
I don't think I've got
Possibly
any
veteran.
talents.
Oh, that's only if you use determination. So yeah,
Okay.
veteran always kicks in if you use determination. To
Okay,
try to
okay.
save
So
it
then-
from you. Yeah.
So yeah, so then nothing other than that then.
Okay. All right. Then that'll be 2 dice for each of you, unless you want to roll bonus dice. You don't have any momentum, but you got threat to buy extra dice. And again, it's up to you whether you use it. Like threat. Yeah, it's dangerous. It might make things difficult later too, but the more successes you can hit, the more momentum it builds up for you. So that's always.
What's the current threat level at?
Current threat is 2.
2. Okay. All right, yeah, let's increase the threat level by 1 then. Get an extra dice in there.
That'll be a 3rd die for you. Jeremy, you can't actually roll extra die because you're supporting here. You're just
fine.
rolling 1 die. Okay.
What's complication rate?
Complication range for this is just 1. Now that the disease is gone, it's back down to 1.
Okay. Okay, so I'm all set then. So roll.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Velik, yeah, you put your Vulcan mind to it. Yeah, you got 5 successes there, and this was a I apologize, I forgot to tell you what it would be. That was going to be a difficulty 2, so that is 3 momentum that you've gained on there.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you difficulty beforehand. So you're up to 3 momentum and 3 threat right now. So he feeds everything into his machine, and he gets a likely course that maybe not course even, but a likely position of where the Klingons would be at this time. So let me get everyone back on the bridge just in case. See, Velik, you're gonna be on bridge too. Okay, so there we go. So you plot your engineering's over here. You find out this, based on what you know of the ship, this is about where they would be. Now, what the point is Thestron, you're going to have to determine the course that you take. So the safer course is going to be the slower course. And that'll make it iffy whether you're able to intercept them before they get to the station. Or you could try a more daring course, continuing to stay through this rough patch of the Shackleton Expanse that they are intentionally going the long way around, and trying to put your piloting skills to the test in a daring manner to get there faster. But of course, it's going to be a more challenging role for you.
All right. I think we're gonna go with the challenging one.
Challenging one. Okay, go and see what this
Sure.
Nova class vessel can do. You already did
Let's see what it can do.
You did a barrel roll through an asteroid field already in it, so hey, there's no telling what you might be able to pull out of a Nova, right?
I'm just chasing a bunch of Klingons. I think nothing.
Okay, so again, this is going to be another extended task for you to see if, similar to what Tadaji had to do to find the cure, but it's not going to be quite as intense as his. It's just going to see whether you get through unscathed or not, or maybe get slowed down too much by all the disturbances that are there. Okay.
Okay.
So you're cutting through this rough area of space, they're going around it, and you're just going to pilot through all these different anomalies, try to weave your way in and out. The ship is going to help you on this one. So, oh, Perry, I do want to give you a chance too, because again, while we're still new here, you might not be thinking to speak up and do it, and I just keep talking over everyone anyhow. Because you were successful in your thing, you got a course, and you have now 3 momentum. Again, with a successful roll, a successful task, you can always spend 2 momentum to create an advantage for the scene that would then help whatever the goal is you're trying to do for a scene. So not only are you successful in pinpoint where they are, you could spend 2 of this to give an advantage to Thrawn's piloting roles through
Okay, let's
somehow. Okay, so 2 in there. And what kind of advantage do you want to impose on him? What would that be? He's going to take the more dangerous route through there. But how do you think your calculations are going to benefit him?
So, what's the best thing here? Probably to determine the best way for calibrate the engines to respond quickly to the terrain, to the area.
Okay, so we'll just say calibrated engines, calibrated impulse, maybe. So,
yeah.
Okay. So the ship now, and Jeremy, for your roles, you're going to have calibrated engines for the applied advantage on here. And what we'll say that does for you in this case, we're going to say, since this is again going to be an extended task, that is going to remove the resistance from you. And you know what, we could actually apply something there. Yeah, I think we could apply something new here that we haven't used in the extended task before, for when you roll effects. So when you roll effects, it's going to let's see, called, yeah, it'll call progression. I think that would fit. So progression is any effect you roll counts as an additional point of work towards your goal. So it's like you're not only are you easier to maneuver around, but you're actually getting there faster thanks to that advantage. Okay. All right. So then, Jeremy, it'll be up to you now. This is going to be an extended task again. This one has a work of 10, a difficulty of 2, and the resistance is gone now, and it's only magnitude of 2. So you might even be able to nail this in one shot, depending if you get a big roll or not. Okay. So Jeremy, that is going to be daring and piloting for you because you're going through the dangerous area of the thing. Gene, I would tell you to roll for the ship, but that would mean I'm rolling for the ship. So David, can you roll for the ship instead?
Yeah.
Daring and con, I guess.
Daring and con, yes.
Okay.
Any values you would like to apply to this, to use a value in this episode?
Let's see. I don't know if the trusting in myself, I'm not sure if that would really apply, because I'm trusting that myself that I can do this particular task. I might be grasping at straws there for that one, but I don't.
Technically, no, you could use it as in, typically you only trust yourself, but this episode so far has been the most you've been interacting and trusting other people. So this could be a moment where you're challenging that value that you have. So you would cross it out, and it would become a little more difficult for you to pilot it, because like everything in your nature is telling you, like, no, don't listen to him. You know what's going on. But you're like, no, he's the engineer. He got it. I trust him. He's a skilled man. So you make it one step more difficult for you, but it gains you an extra point of determination.
I see
and
what you're saying. Yeah.
and then you're still open to upgrades. God, the words leveling up, whatever it is later on. So
I got you.
that would be a situation like that where trust yourself would be challenged.
Okay, I'll probably leave that alone then.
Okay.
Okay.
Elated not falling. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they don't apply, right?
No, not really.
Okay. Piloting though, your focus is good. The DeGrasse Tyson always has the focus on. DeGrasse Tyson would be again engines and con.
Con. Yeah.
Mm. All right.
Okay.
So,
Any extra dice? I guess not. I heard a boop come out there.
oh,
That
well,
was
that
the
was,
ship, don't worry.
Okay.
all right. So I'm rolling. Currently, I'm at 2 dice.
Yeah.
Right now, right?
There's one momentum in case you want to make it 3, and there's always the option to buy with threat.
Okay. And then the complication range at this time is
1.
1. Okay. All right. And
It's a difficulty 2.
okay, I'm gonna do I'm gonna use the momentum to buy an extra dice for this one. So
Okay. So you're at 3.
yep.
10,
And so I guess I'll roll now.
Sure. If you're ready, yeah, make sure your focus is on.
Okay, it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what you get. Let's see, that's it. So 1 and a 1 and a 1. You only need 2. You got 3 instead. So you get 1 point of momentum back. So that's a success. Now you would roll your challenge dice against the work. This is where you're trying, this is like narrowing the distance down, trying to get the cut through the distance. So these are the challenge dice underneath your task roll. You
Gotcha.
have, what is your, it's 2 plus your con skill. So I think that's 6, correct?
5. It's gonna be use 2
plus con.
that is 6 then, yes. Okay.
Okay. So then you'll roll 6 of those dice.
Okay. Rolling 0 dice.
That doesn't sound right.
Hang on. I typed in a 6.
Okay.
There
There's
we go.
6 dice. Okay, that's definitely 6 dice. That is more clearly 6 dice. Okay. 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 All right. Okay, so you have 5 already, so that's definitely going to be 1 breakthrough of the 2 you need. It is possible if you want to spend, again, you could spend that momentum to re-roll those 3 dice that came up goose eggs.
Okay.
And again, that's possible. Okay, so if you want to do that, again, the resistance is gone thanks to Velik's engine manipulation or engine programming.
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
you would just do 1 more roll with 3 challenge dice then for that
Okay.
momentum.
So I've got a 5, and I need what number do I need to hit?
Well, 5 definitely gets you one momentum, but if you would get 5 more points, then yeah, you're definitely you hit all 10 of the work track too at the same time. So that would guarantee you. So you're
I'll do
definitely
that.
getting 1.
Okay, so we'll just say I'm rolling 3 die then.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Click the button. There it is. Okay. Well,
Okay. 1, and that's an effect, and the effect counts as an addition. The effect counts as 1 on its own, but the effect thing that Velik's engines did with you also adds 1 more to it. So that's actually 8 work total that you've got done. Okay, so 8 work total. Magnitude 2, you reached 1 of your breakthroughs, and when you get breakthrough, it lowers the difficulty down, so it's only going to be difficulty 1 next. So basically, you're keeping your eye on all the anomalies that are going there. You are really stunned at how smooth the DeGrasse Tyson is maneuvering around everything, thanks to Velik's adjustments he made to the engine at the last second. But you are yeah. He just calls back from the back of the bridge. You're welcome. Okay. but you're actually weaving in and out between each subspace anomaly. Like you see on the screen, like a little bubble coming here, and you're just gliding around it smoothly as if you were on water. And you can see on the map as you're going through that you're cutting through almost completely out of this tumultuous area. And you have one more roll on that, and it looks like you're pretty much good to go. You might blow through this time, so make your final roll on that. This, as a magnitude 2 thing, it takes 4 intervals. Each success or each attempt uses 2 intervals, so in 50% of the time you needed to take it, you almost crushed the entire course. So it looks like, unless you completely whiff this one, you're going to be out.
Oh, that's a possibility. All right. So what am I? So what
That's
am I
why I
rolling
want
here?
to speak it aloud. That's why I want to say
Exactly
it aloud,
right.
just to bring the possibility. Yeah.
So I'm doing the challenge dice again.
So no, you have to do your piloting roll again too, because
I'm piloting.
because you still have some distance to go. You have a range of 2 to go, as it would be. But
Are
now
we still
it's
going to be on daring?
yeah, it's still daring now, because you're still in the rough area space, and it's still difficult. It's difficulty of 1 now, so you only need 1 success to do it. So it's up to you whether you want to buy more dice or not. Drake, are you going to roll for the ship too?
All right. Okay. I'm still back down to 2 die now at this point.
You're back down to 2 again. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's do it. All right.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see if that was your, that was your roll there, right? Right. They both came in simultaneously on my screen, so I only heard 1 pop. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That gains you 1 momentum again. What's this? The DeGrasse Tyson didn't contribute anything, but that's enough for success. So you got your 6 challenge dice again to try to boost the engines through the end of this course.
Okay, so 6.
Yeah, that looks it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think I'll take it.
Yeah, that looks clean enough. Yeah.
I know how to drive the ship.
Yeah.
You'd quit asking me if I could.
So again, with almost 0 difficulty, and of course with the help of the engine upgrades of
that guy.
Yeah, that guy back there, that pointy-eared guy back there. Okay, yeah, you just come out of the really disturbed region of space in the Shackleton Expanse, and you kick the impulse in, and you start getting the beeps there. Where are you, Drake? Okay, Drake, your console starts beeping. You detect a bird of prey on the course that you were expecting, thanks to Commander Velik.
First things first, let's get the shields up.
Okay, shields go up. All right. The captain speaks up. Lieutenant Thishran, try contacting the Klingons. We may still be out of range.
All right, I'm opening a channel now.
Okay, open a channel, and let's see, the channel thing, communication, that is always you cannot, because you can see it's not communicating. You're still too far out because of how damaged their communications array is.
All right, so we're gonna have to get a little closer.
Yes. So I assume you're just going to fly the ship closer, no problem, or you go and try anything fancy?
Well, let's not press our luck. We're going to ease on up a little closer.
Okay. You start closing the distance in, and let's see, I gotta open up this stuff here. Start closing the distance, and here we go. On your console, Mr. Drake, you start getting this signal.
The Klingons have raised their shields and the weapons are charging. Looks like they're going to open fire.
All right.
Okay. Captain speaks up. Lieutenant Thishran, I trust you've had combat training.
More than you have, Captain.
Without a doubt. I trust you
Alright.
to keep us in a strong defensive position, but we need to disable them quickly. Mr. Drake,
Yes, ma'am.
we don't want them dead.
Definitely not. I'll aim for weapons and engines.
Okay, doing that. Now, we're going into a combat round here. So here's how ship combat works. The short of it is it's very confusing, and I'm looking forward to this to try to figure out how it goes. So allow me to get some paper here. Can somebody please give me, take a look at the DeGrasse Tyson, tell me how much power that you have?
DeGrasse, what's the power? Max is 9, current is blank.
Okay, so you have 9 power right now. Then let me open up the Klingon ship here. So we're going to try out our first space combat and see how that goes. Is everyone ready for it?
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay, now if you take a look on Roll20 in the handout section, like where all the characters are, you can open up the handout for your station on during combat, basically. So Drake, you would have security and tactical reference. Let's see here, Thishran, helm and navigation. Velix, sensors and internal systems would be good for you. Right now, Thadagia, in sickbay, there's nothing really main right now for you to do, but the thing is, if the ship starts taking damage, you can start doing like damage control things, which would help heal the crew members and get the ship repaired faster.
Okay.
But again, another thing you could potentially do is create a supporting character to be used in the scene for something else, but that might not be necessary right now. But keep that in mind if you want to jump in and do something different. You could open up one of those things and just portray a supporting character. The only problem is supporting characters can only do difficulty 0 tasks. Difficulty 0 or 1. I think difficulty 1 task. You couldn't do anything major. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. You're only resort to difficulty 0 if you're in the same scene as your main character. But if you're just a regular supporting in the scene by himself, yeah, then you're good. My apologies, confused here. Okay, so did everyone open up their sheets?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so those are just the main things that you could do, but you could always take other
So I'm
ideas.
I can't really, mine's not, oh wait, here it is. Now it just went up. It was
Okay.
taking a while for it to size up, and now it's there.
Okay, oh, good, okay. If anyone's having trouble, I could send a picture. I could take a picture of it and just send it to you on chat. Everyone has their cards up. Take a look at it real quick.
Yeah.
Now, what generally happens here? Typically, since you're expecting combat, you are going to go first as a crew. So it's your choice who is going to act first. Everyone on the crew is going to get a chance. So one member of the DeGrasse Tyson will act, and then the bird of prey is going to act. And then the next member of the DeGrasse Tyson will act, and then the next member of the crew will act. So it just goes back and forth like that until everyone has had a turn.
Okay.
And hang on a second. Okay, do I have? All right, I got that up. So taking a look here, just making sure I have my thing. Okay, there it is. I need to get their power. The things you have, I don't know if it tells you if it uses power or not, but I have a cheat sheet here that tells you if power is used. So some things are going to use power, and then like if the ship runs out of power, you're in trouble. So that's where especially Velic comes in good in the internal systems with power management. or things like regenerate shields to try to keep the ship going through the battle. But typically, and I wouldn't know because we haven't done it before, but typically combat in Star Trek Adventures is pretty short because it's pretty devastating. Do a couple hits and either somebody runs away or it's not going to be long before they're dead. Don't count on the Klingons on running away.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, I can agree with that.
Okay, so now that we're starting, who on the DeGrasse Tyson would like to take the first action? Who do you think would be best to take the action?
Well, one of the things I can do is I can scan for weaknesses, and that seems like it'd be a pretty good thing to do first off.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably agree on that one. And then I
Yeah.
go next to target the weakness.
Okay. That's always a possibility. So why don't we do that? So tell me what your scan for weakness does, sir. So, right now I should tell you where they are at range right now. Since you're getting closer, they are at range. They're at long range right now.
Okay. It says difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's sensors and security. If it succeeds, then the vessel's next attack before the end of the sensors operator's next turn gains the piercing 2 quality.
Piercing 2. Okay, that's good to know. Let's find where's piercing on there. There we go. Target resistance. Okay. Then make your roll.
Okay. So, oh, sorry, I got too many documents open up here. There we go.
So it's going to be, so it says difficult, hang on, because there was a change in the rules for difficulty, but it looks like that's the same. So difficulty is 1 plus 1 per range beyond close. So that would be difficulty 3.
Okay. All right, so it's control and science. What's the threat and momentum level at?
Threat is 3, momentum is 1.
Okay, that's what I got too. Just want to double check.
Okay, and Jeremy, could you roll for the DeGrasse Tyson on this one? Since David did the last one, could you roll the, I lost it, sensors and security on the DeGrasse Tyson? You need 3. Perry, did you say you're using the momentum or no?
No, not
Okay.
yet.
Okay.
As far as, I think I could probably use observation or investigation for focus.
Yeah, I would say since you're scanning, so you're basically, and you pretty much know that they're damaged, so you're looking for the telltale sign. So yeah, let's do that.
Okay. All right. Complication?
Just 1.
Just 1, and so then total is 2 dice, right?
So you'll be rolling 2 dice, yes.
Okay.
Right, the ship is just 1, right?
Ship is just 1, and the focus is always on for the ship.
Okay, all set?
Yep, let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so 2 successes, and yeah, nothing from the ship. So no, they're still too far out of range that you can't really narrow down which systems are the weakest right now. Okay. Probably, again, if once they get closer, if you make that roll again, because the scan gets easier the closer they are, that's going to be a possibility. But it appears right now they're just too far out of range to really find a good weak point.
Okay.
Okay. So for their action, the bird of prey action, can you see? Hey, I got a little bird of prey here. Woo. So the bird of prey is going just to come about, and they're going to close into medium range. They're coming in. Okay. So as you're getting closer, you're scanning and you see the bird of prey bank and just come arcing at you in a head on. And that's all they can do for that turn. So next, who's next?
Probably going to be me firing on the weapons.
Okay. Firing on the weapon. So you're just going to do a normal attack on them. I'm assuming now phasers are meant to strip the shields off. Photon torpedoes are meant to kill people.
Yeah, so phasers.
Yes. And if you use photon torpedoes, it automatically generates threat because it's a very deadly weapon. So anytime you make a deadly attack, it generates threat just doing it. Just to let you know. Now that they're in close range, that's the optimal range for phasers. So there's no change in difficulty. It's difficulty 2.
Okay.
Okay,
There it is. So firing weapons, control, security, 2 rolls. Yes, focus is on. 1 complication range and 3.
3.
Plus whatever the ship does. Yes, the ship does weapons and security.
Oh yeah,
please.
somebody has to roll weapons and security for ship. Can you get that, Jeremy?
Yeah, I got
Since
you.
you probably have that
Weapon
still
and
open.
security. Yep. 1 and 1. I need to stop rolling for the ship.
we'll leave it to Valak next time to roll for the ship.
Yeah, just
Okay. Yeah.
I can fly it. I can't pull the trigger or anything like that.
In the defense of the DeGrasse Tyson, it's not a warship, so I mean that's not a shock, right? Okay. Well, you only need 2, so you gain 1 more momentum. That takes you to 2 momentum, so that is a hit. So you would roll the DeGrasse Tyson's phaser ray damage.
Okay.
And it has versatile 2 and spread, which I have to remember what that does. Everything's written in different parts. Okay. Oh, versatile 2, I believe it generates, is it 1 or 2 momentum for everything comes up? God, where is it? Good gravy. There's so many things on this board and they don't have everything on there. Okay. All right. There it is. Yeah. Generates X points of momentum if successful. So yeah, you automatically get 2 more momentum, bonus momentum. So this momentum can't be kept. So there's 2 floating momentum in addition to your 2 permanent momentum right now. Okay. Because your attack was successful. Okay, now roll your ship damage. You should just be able to click, whoever's doing the DeGrasse Tyson should just be able to click the delta next to the phaser array, and that would launch it on its own.
I'll show you here how to find that.
Let's see, area spread.
I've got it if you can't find it.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. I'm still looking for it.
Oh,
I see it now. I see it.
I got a 2.
Okay. Okay. So that's 2 points of damage. The effect is, I think anything. So area, don't have to worry about that. There's no extra target. Spread. 1 more effects to attack. Additional deals half the damage. I don't think that's going to matter at all. So it's going to do that. If I open up my right screen, the resistance is 3, but you have piercing 2, correct? Thanks to whatever. Oh no, that was only if the scan worked, right? That was only if the scan worked. So with resistance of 3, your phasers don't do anything against the shields as they come in.
Well done, me.
Well done, you. But at least you hit, right? Yeah, so it doesn't matter if there's 1 point damage hitting somewhere else. Okay, now the Klingons are in range, so they are also going to fire at you. And I'm going to roll with my Klingon dice, since I can roll with my Klingon dice. Okay. They need to hit you with... Holy crap, that's about almost the worst you could possibly roll there. These D20s would be really good for Dungeons and Dragons, though, because I mean you want to roll high on Dungeons and Dragons. So the disruptor bolt starts firing like very, very wildly at the ship, but they're not able to make contact.
Lovely.
Okay, back to the DeGrasse Tyson. What's going on here?
Okay, I suppose I'm next.
Yep.
All right, so since I'm just flying the ship, I'm going to probably just find a strategic position for us.
Yeah, you could do evasive action. You could do attack pattern. You could do like right now you're in the best position for the phasers, so you wouldn't really need to move there. So something like a evasive action or attack pattern would be probably the most useful action right now.
It's attack pattern, I suppose.
Okay, it's going to be daring and con, difficulty 1. And Vela, could you roll for the DeGrasse Tyson's weapon and con right now?
Sure, just let me bring up the sheet one sec.
Mhm. It's still going to be complication range is still 1 at this point.
Still 1, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what am I rolling for again?
Oh wait, I need to stop you all real quick. I apologize here. David, I forgot there was a 2 bonus momentum from your phaser roll, so you could use that bonus momentum on that damage. I forgot that they're sitting there, so you can re-roll. You can use 1 to re-roll those 3 misses. I forgot your combat momentum spend. Is that what you would like to do? Because you have to use those 2 anyhow, or they're going to disappear.
You're muted.
You think I'd have learned after a year of lockdown? Yes, I would like to use the momentum.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder why you were thinking so hard about it. Like, I kind of like missing. I don't know. Okay, yeah. So whoever's doing the ship there, reroll 3 dice on the ship, or actually, David, you could do it on your sheet because we don't have to fudge around with the stats on the DeGrasse Tyson. So just do a 3 challenge dice roll.
3 challenge.
It's on your Drake character.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay.
Like 1 more.
So yeah, let's see. You can only do it 1 time. So that's 3.
Oh.
That's 3 there, and that's still, the resistance is 3, so it's still 0. But you do have 1 more point of momentum, bonus momentum that you have to use. So this is one you could just spend this to make 1 additional hit on there. So you would at least deal a point of damage.
Oh yeah, might as well.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that momentum had to be spent. You could still spend the last 2 permanent momentum you have and make it 3 damage on the shields.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm for it.
Okay.
All right then, let's take down the shields.
All right. So you used all the momentum. Well, it's not taking down the shields, but it's doing 3 damage on the shield. So let's see. It takes the resistance, and I apologize. I gotta see what the threat is. Yeah, this is going to be kind of clunky in the beginning until I know what's going on. Shields. Okay. So you did 3 damage, so their shields are down to 6 from 9. You use the phasers, so that's 1 point of power that you've spent so far. So you're down to 8. Okay, and they are also down to 8. Their roll still stands. They missed. Okay, so Jeremy, I apologize. We're back to your roll.
It's fine. All right. So daring con 1 and 2. Looks like 1 success.
Okay, 1 success, and somebody needs to roll for the ship.
All right.
Which what was that again? You're doing the evasive or attack pattern? Attack pattern, right?
I was doing attack pattern.
Yeah,
yes.
weapons and con. Can be difficulty 2 task.
Weapons and con. All right. Difficulty 2. So it's still 1 and 1 dice, though, right?
Yes. Oh, look at that. All right. You get 1 momentum generated. So yeah, you're now in an attack pattern, which means difficulty to attack is reduced by 1, and you would gain 1 momentum if it was already at 1, which it's not. So until the pilot goes again, and that uses 1 more power. So you're down to 7 right now. Okay, it's back to the bird of prey. So they are also going to make an attack pattern attempt. And they try to do it, but no, they fell because you already have an advantage over them in that attack pattern. So they are not able to get in a good position with you. They're not acting like proper Klingons here. It goes back to your side. Now, Gene, this is your slot to take an action. Is there anything you would like to do that might be able to support the crew? Again, any kind of action you might be able to take to maybe generate extra momentum, or even generate enough momentum that you could apply an advantage to the scene. So is there anything you would be doing here?
My plasma power systems, does this any way affect what was going on right now?
Well, how would you like to use it? Tell me how you would like to use it. And yeah, if it works, like giving a power boost there to maybe regain power.
Say add like a power boost to maybe the phasers, or
yeah, let's take a look here. That could work. So if you work on the power system, because your character is a mixed scientist and a field medic, so yeah, why don't we do that? So let's see, that would be a either daring or control and engineering for you. So because working on the systems with the power would be more than engineering, so you could try that. You're not bad with that. What is it? Control and engineering? How about that?
yeah.
Okay. Use your plasma power system, so you want to make the phasers a bit more effective.
Yeah.
Okay. And spending any momentum or anything to build it up?
Yeah, spend 1.
Okay. So 3, you're going to have 3 dice. This is a difficulty 2 task. Yeah, difficulty 2. Let's see what she gets there. Yeah. What's your skill? Your skill is 13, right? So that's 3 successes for you. Oh wait, you're using plasma systems, right? So that's a focus, right? So that's actually 4 successes for you. So that's 2 momentums. You succeed at what you're doing. You're boosting the power. So we could say the next attack, the next phaser attack will get will be stronger, or you could spend the last 2 momentum that you just generated to make it a permanent trait for the scene too. So it's either a one-time thing or just do it for the whole battle.
Yeah, we can do that. Do it for the whole battle.
Okay, so you're using that, and you get the power systems rerouted through there. So David, what that would do is when you're doing your next attack, it's going to count as if it's 1 level higher, stronger. So it would roll a little bit extra damage. And you can always spend more power from the ship's reserve to roll even more damage, but you're getting a free one every turn thanks to Gene's power rerouting plasma systems. Okay?
Sounds good.
But again, you can always spend additional power to even boost it up even more. I forgot to mention that before. Right now, it takes 1 power to just shoot it, but you could spend up to 3 power and you'll be dealing extra dice damage for each power you spend. Okay. All right. Then that's all for you, but it's only a scale 3 of the bird of prey, so they don't get a 4th turn. They're done for the round. So it goes right back to you again. So it's a double dip here. So who's going next? You're already in an attack pattern. You got a little bit of boost to the phasers, but anyone could take the next action here. So I would recommend it's not Thishron, because that would end the attack pattern.
I'd say Velik to try and expose the weaknesses again.
You could do that, or you could do any other thing that you think might help out Velik if you're taking that. What's your choice? Am I not heard? Am I?
Wait, my choice or?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking him what his. Yeah.
Oh no, I thought he wanted you to go. Sorry.
Okay, then yeah. Then I'll scan again.
Okay.
Lost my screen here.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if anyone could hear me. I was starting to get self-conscious. Okay.
I thought you were still asking if he wanted to hand it over to me.
Oh no. I was just asking
yeah.
if you want to do that or something different.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do a weakness scan again.
Okay, difficulty is only 2 now because they are one range closer. They're now in medium range. They're engaged with you.
All right, for some reason, my sheets disappeared here.
That's going to be the next plot. Who stole your sheet?
Yeah.
Episode 4. Okay. Let's see how that goes. So
okay,
only
so that's control and science again.
Control and science, yeah. And
focus.
yeah, somebody needs to roll for the ship on this again. That's it. Sensors and security.
Okay.
Okay, I got the ship, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, that was up.
That doesn't look it. Bam. Still combined. That's what you need. Okay. Yep. Your scan comes in. Scan for weakness, and let me just read here. This one before it gains piercing 2. So this gives it the piercing 2 quality. Okay, you could report that in. You found something, Velik.
Yay. Did the Vulcan victory dance.
Yeah. Drake, you hear Velik in back go, yay! So, and then you glance down at your screen and you see all this data coming in that he's found a weak spot because of all the damage they suffered. The Vulcan yay that is not often heard on the bridge of a starship. Okay, now they are going to go next. The Klingons are going to go next, I should say. So they are going to, again, use their 1 chance of attack at you. They come around for attack again. And Warband, they do get 1 success, but they needed 2. So again, their disruptor shots go clear because of how the DeGrasse Tyson is banking away from them. So you're still in the attack range. So back to you, likely David, I'm guessing.
Indeed. Let's try and fire again.
Okay, that's going to be 1 more power. You going to roll extra dice. Right now, the difficulty is 1, thanks to the attack pattern. You're going to roll... What the heck was that? You're going to roll extra... Uh-oh. Okay. You're going to roll extra damage if you do score a hit. And... shoot, what was that? Oh, and now you have piercing thanks to the scan for weakness as well. So there's no more momentum, but you can build threat.
Okay, well, for now, let's... What did I do last time? 2, 1. Yeah, let's just try my normal and see what happens.
Okay.
Got my focus as well, so...
And someone else roll for the ship with security and weapons. I think that'll be you.
Well.
That'll be you, Jeremy. Oh, was that your roll?
He got a 1.
Drake, did you just throw 2 goose
Yes,
eggs
he
on
did
that?
awful. No.
Oh. Well, you only needed the 1, so there you go. So, yeah, you connect again. Now, here's the thing: you're going to roll 1 extra die anyhow, so you'll have to roll that separately. You could do DeGrasse Tyson roll 1 thing separately. You gain 2 bonus momentum because the phasers are versatile, so you definitely have that to spend anyhow. But my question is, are you going to spend more power, pump more power into the shot to try to deal even more damage?
I might as well. I'm the only one using power at the moment, so...
You could spend up to 2 more points of power. Right
How
now
much do
it's
we have at the moment?
three out of 9 have been spent.
Um, 3 out of 9. If we do 5, I'll only have 4 left. Yeah,
Again,
let's
engineer could try to get power back too.
Okay, then let's try using 2 more power to
All
try
right.
and really push through.
Okay, so then roll the DeGrasse Tyson damage, and then on, I guess, David separately roll 3 more challenge dice and total that together.
There's my 3D challenge. For God's sake. Come
Okay.
on.
Whoever's
shit.
on the DeGrasse Tyson, just fire those phasers.
Fire them well.
It seems like Lieutenant Drake has the same attack
Oh, yeah.
efficiency as your Star Wars character.
How many how many dice is it going to be for the phasers?
Oh, you just click the delta on
Oh,
the
just click the
phasers,
delta. So
yeah.
okay. Hey, all right. And phaser raise. There it goes.
Hey, much better.
Yeah.
So let's see, David. Again, you can spend 1 and re-roll 4 of those dice because you can't keep this momentum.
Is that my addition?
Yeah.
No, but I was wondering what you meant by 4. I'm like, there's a lot of successes there. Why am I re-rolling them? But I've got my 3 failed ones.
Yeah, the 4 fails that came up here, because this is all one single roll. We're just rolling in 2 different sheets. So there's 4 failed rolls, so you could spend this to re-roll those 4 fails.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll those 4 fails.
Okay. Do it better
Sweet
this time.
Lord. I know, right? This is a bit better.
Bit better. Yeah, bit better. We'll say that. So let's see, piercing. So with all that piercing, you definitely get rid of the resistance. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of phaser damage. 8 points of phaser damage on that. And it's been a while. I got to look at the Klingon sheet again. So the resistance is gone thanks to that. And let's see here. I go roll hit location on there. Hit location 6 is the engines, which makes perfect sense. That was engines that were hit. So that was how much? 8? 8. So that is, the shields are down. The shields hit 0. So they take 2 breaches, in fact. So you strip the shields off with that last high-powered blast charge from the plasma relays that Tadagia did, combined with the attack run position that Thishran put you in, and the detection that the engines were weakened. You're able to punch straight through, rip those shields off, and blast the engines, completely leaving the Kira dead in space, just drifting.
Oh, that saves us 1 problem.
Okay. Nice shooting, Mr. Drake. The captain compliments you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, then Perry, are you back there?
Yes.
All right, good. Making sure. All right. Now here comes the problem. Consulting with Commander Locke, if the Klingons are disabled, and if they are in a more regressed state than usual, which I would imagine if they're attacking us, it's very possible that they will attempt to destroy their own ship instead of being taken captured. However, if we are to beam aboard, they are definitely going to stand and put up a fight, which would give you enough time to at least administer the vaccine to them.
I think boarding is our only option.
I would think so. Lieutenant Drake, you're in command. I need you to take a security detachment over. Try to get control of that ship.
Yes, ma'am. Will be anyone from Medbay coming with us?
I think it would be prudent to have somebody to administer the vaccine. However, I don't know if it would be safe to take them immediately. It's your call. Consult with your team.
I'll radio down to Sadagia and see if there's anyone who would volunteer to come straight over so we can start vaccinating.
So, Tadagia, would you be doing that as a person who's there as a field medic, or are you going to sit it out with your lack of combat ability? It's up to you.
Well,
Off the grunt.
if I can beam over with the away team and I'm able to access the medical systems, I may be able to administer it through their airborne system instead of having to manually go through them individually. I might be able to just administer it through their system. However, that all depends on the safety of the situation.
It's a very good idea. I think we'll have to take quite a large away team for this because I don't particularly look forward to taking on a ship full of enraged Klingons.
Now the next question to Thishron, I would say to Jeremy and Perry, not just Thishron and Velik, but to both you as the player and both you as the characters. Now Thishron does have, he is clearly a fighter with the Ushan, so he might, you know the character better than I do, he might be willing to also join this away team. If not, you can make a supporting security character. There's 2 slots left open for supporting cast in this episode, and you can play as support. Same with you, Perry. I'm sure your Vulcan isn't really much of a fighter, but it's a question of, is he going to go over on Thadagia's more risky idea of trying to set up some way of doing this airborne, which would take maybe a little time and working on mechanically, or are you going to take over a security character and secure the ship first before other characters would beam over and do such a thing?
I think trying to set up some sort of airborne dispersal mechanism through like the ship's filtrations systems or something like that would probably help us subdue them quicker.
Okay. So then you're consulting with Drake is in the lead here as the head of security, since it's a boarding action. So you would discuss that. So Thadagia, are you going as is or are you going as security?
I will go as is.
Okay. So you are going to be paired up with Lieutenant Commander Velik to try to administer a way to disperse this cure. Thishron or Jeremy, what are you doing?
Sharon definitely wants to go.
Oh, he wants a piece of it. Probably
Yeah,
work out his anger against Lolk. Against
no,
other Klingons.
he just wants to make sure that no one's hurt.
Okay. All right. Then he volunteers to go on. So you got now, David, as head of security, you always have a security detachment with you. So what that means is you're going to have that advantage applied to your roles here. So now you have to determine how are you going to make this attack, and you have to determine quickly what is, and I mean, you could all talk together, Jeremy with your old protocol, Velik with your seniority, and Tadagia with your medical knowledge of what needs to be done. You need to think about who's going where, what's going to happen, what's the first goal, what's the second goal, and you have to think quickly.
I'd say the first goal, if we're beaming in, is to beam straight into the med bay with everyone to secure the area, and then a detachment can then go and try and secure the rest of the ship while Thadagia and Velik create the airborne vaccine.
I like the idea, but I'm not sure Klingons have a med bay.
Well, what they have would not be as sterile as you would hope, but they do have a place for treating wounds that to the untrained eye might be seen as a med bay.
I feel like we should wait till we at least have the device to connect to something, because if we go over there without it and we're waiting on it to be developed, that could be a problem.
I think developing it first is also a good idea.
Yeah.
And maybe not the med bay, but I don't know, wherever the ship's air is controlled from would probably be the best place to beam into.
All right. So could we ask Locke? I mean, I know he's recovering, but perhaps he could give us an idea of how a bird of prey is laid out of this particular design.
Okay. So he would quickly give you the advice. But again, the point would be there would be no time to really build a device for the dispersal, because every moment that you don't go overboard is a chance that they're just going to activate the self-destruct, or maybe attempt to, because they can't disable your ship, they're probably just going to not be taken prisoner and think it's a good day to die. So anything that would have to be done over on the Klingon ship.
Well, there's also the possibility of, if we know, well, if Locke tells us where the air filtration system would be, again, myself and Tashran could beam straight over, secure that area without the medic and the engineer being a potential extra baggage while they develop it, so we can secure the area and they can beam over secondarily once we've secured everything, and then we can spread out from there.
Sounds like it makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so one more time, tell me what you want to do.
So myself and Tashran and my security team are going to beam straight over to wherever Locke said would be the best place to just set up the dispersion system. We will then secure the area while Velik and Padagia create the system. Once we've secured it, I'll leave a detachment behind and then try and take the rest of the ship. The detachment behind will stay there to keep the security of that area until Velik and Padagia beam over to set it up.
Okay. Okay, then we could do that. Why don't we just do that then? So let's see here. Let me try to
There'll be a lot of fighting.
It could be. Could potentially be. What's this one? We could use this here. So let's see. All right, we'll say this is, whoa, what is wrong here? This one, oh my goodness, it took forever to load in. It was just a big blurry mass. Okay. All right, so you and that is you being Drake and Thishran are beaming over with the security, right?
Yep.
All right. So let me get characters in there. Let me get Thishran. Okay, let me get some security. Okay. And then the engineer and the medic, you guys are going to work on a device for dispersal, maybe under the guidance of Commander Locke on Klingon systems, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And I think this would be up here. Aliens. Hang on a second. Okay. No, not okay yet. There they are. Okay, just gotta get. Okay, just setting up the next page here, and then we'll be ready. Okay, apologize. Paste and paste. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's the thing. You rush to the transporter room. You rush to the transporter room and go to beam aboard to not really the engineering, but basically access corridors that would connect to their air filtration system, so you're able to get this done. Correct? That's what you want to do, right? Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so I believe this is the thing. So you beam over with the little thing. That's an official sound, by the way.
Mm.
Okay, and so tell me when you go over, what are you armed with? Clearly, you're going to have your phaser, but I'm more curious about Thishron. What are you armed with?
I feel like he's only carrying a phaser.
Okay, just
Yeah.
got your phaser. Then everyone will have their phasers as normal. Okay, so you beam into this access area, and there's a couple Klingons inside there. I'm going to, let's see here. No, I'm not going to spend any threat right now, but what I'm going to do is roll a d20 to help determine for me that as you go in there, you see there's 3 Klingons in this chamber. Can you see that, by the way? Am I on the right page for you? Okay. Okay, I want to make sure. There's 3 Klingons in the area. One of them, this one over here, he seems to be more out of it. He's more like slumped against the control, while the other 2 look very aggressive.
4 against 2.
Okay, so
Yep.
you, again, the hero side gets to act first. So what action is being taken?
We don't shoot one of those.
Yep.
I'm gonna shoot me a Klingon. Okay. As the leader, Drake, you can go first. Name your target.
I will take the one closest to us. So.
Okay.
Oh, I can't do the quick thing. The one top left.
Okay. Not the drowsy one. You're not going to shoot the sleepy one.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not
okay.
yet.
Okay.
I do that in a bit. Just to
Everyone
make sure
just opens fire on the drowsy Klingon. Why? Okay. All right. I got to open up the Klingon stats too, so I can see what the heck's happening here. All right. Go ahead. Make my day if you so choose.
So that's daring, security.
Oh, that's convenient. I wish I knew I could do that before. Shoot. Dang. I just learned something new about Roll20. Okay, yeah, that's daring and security. And it is is it daring and security or fitness and security? I don't remember.
Maybe.
Jeez, it's been a long
Either's
time.
fine, they're the same.
Yeah, for you they're the same. Yeah, I think daring and security is for physical hand-to-hand combat, and I think control and security is for phasers. That's it.
Control and security.
Yeah, control and security. I think. Okay. God, has it been that long? Am I that stupid? Don't answer.
Complication range, just one.
Just one.
And pew.
Pew. Difficulty is 2. You rolled a 3. You gain 1 point there. Can't just charge. Yeah, I don't think you're charging to murder him. So yeah, you gained 1 point of that, and you hit him. So roll your damage for the phasers.
Okay. For effect.
Okay, for effect. I gotta find this chat there. That was so convenient. Okay, for effect. And that's basically 4 damage anyhow. You can again spend a token to re-roll the 3 that you missed.
Is it floating momentum? Or...
No, it's not. That's the regular momentum.
Okay, we'll keep that for now. We're probably going to need that later.
Okay, so
I'll do the 4.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's...
I'm also going to use close protection.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to protect the Shran.
Okay,
so when you make a successful attack, you may spend... Oh, I need to spend momentum.
So you'll have to spend 1 momentum, yeah.
Do I want to use that now?
It's your call.
No. Well, let's see how much damage did I do.
Okay, you dealt 3 damage to him. So basically you're firing at him and he's like ducking and dodging, and like there's sparks and stuff shooting up around him. Like you're getting close. Not really damage, but you're wearing him out. Okay, then it's going to be his turn. Since you fired at him, you definitely got his attention. He is going to charge at you, very Klingon style, and going to spend 1 threat to also pull out his dagger and he is going to attack you, Klingon style. Not like Gangnam style, but Klingon style. So you are also going to have to roll your fitness and security to resist him, I believe.
Yeah. I've got hand-to-hand combat as well. So
God, am I really forgetting the rules just one game? Who cares? Who cares? Doing that. He got 3 successes. Oh,
I got 2.
I apologize. This is also a lethal attack, so that's spending another threat. It burns one of my threats because he's using a lethal weapon. Okay. Okay, you got 2. The difficulty was 1, but for him it's actually 2, but he actually got 2. No, they're 2 focus successes, so that's 4. So he actually passes. You pass as well, but he got more, so he succeeds. He succeeds and he deals damage to you, sir.
Ouch.
Which should be nothing new for you.
No, pretty much standard.
Let's see, where is his... Getting angry now. I'm looking at the wrong page. I apologize, everyone. Not that it's not always slow enough. I'm looking at the Bird of Prey page. I don't think you're actually stabbing the ship itself. Okay. Where is it? Knife, dagger. There it is. There's his dagger. 3 plus security, so that's 5 dice. 1 time. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 points of damage. Do you have any resistance, sir?
Closest thing I've got is endurance.
No, I would probably just say resistance on there somewhere. So probably not. So no, you take 4 stress. 4 stress. Okay. That's not enough to injure you, so you're still up. You're still up and running.
Cool.
Okay, just mark that down. 4 stress. And don't die. Okay. All right. Next, I think it would be Jeremy's turn.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. I will probably fire at. I don't know. I mean, if the other one's weakened, or is he stunned at all?
Oh, he's definitely took some damage, but stress damage. It's not actually physical damage because he's not injured. But yeah, he's not in a bad shape, but you've definitely jarred him.
Okay, so I will fire at the one at the other one at the lower end of the hall there.
Okay.
I'll just get stabbed.
Yeah. Okay, so that is going to be daring and
on daring or control and security. Control with a phaser.
Okay, control. Okay, and security.
Unless you want to do a hero dive and fire the phaser at the same time, then
no.
Okay. All right.
All right. So complications 1.
Yep.
The task rolls 2.
Difficulty
okay.
2. Yeah. Oh, you made your roll? Sorry. Yeah, it's not making sounds on my screen anymore.
It's okay.
Okay, yep, that's 2. That's a hit, so roll your damage, please.
All right.
Okay, that is 5 points there, plus if you want to re-roll the other 2 damage, or you could even, again, spend momentum to take out his resistance. And doing that would instantly deal an injury to him.
It's up to you guys. Might want to injure him just to take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So
one momentum.
One momentum.
Yeah, if you could do 1 momentum to re-roll, or you could just do 1 to do piercing straight through his resistance, which guarantees those 5 hits will score.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
If you take away the resistance, you guarantee those 5 hits are going to score. So that
Okay.
would definitely injure him instantly. If you re-roll, it's a
Yeah.
possibility they'll still be zeros.
That's fair. I may go with the latter half there.
The take away the piercing or the
Yeah, let's
resistance.
take
Okay.
it.
All right. So you score a direct shot into his chest just as he realizes you're there, and he drops to the floor. Okay, so
Good.
that one down. Now, David, what's going to happen next is I forgot you had your security detail with you on the last one to give you a bonus for your roll. So I'm going to allow you to make the attack with advantage this time on your turn. If you want to use your phaser again, I'm not going to give the penalty of the close range phaser because I forgot you had your security detail backing you up.
Okay, then let's use the phaser again.
Okay. So I apologize for that.
Quite all right. Still just 2 dice.
Still 2 dice, unless you're spending more. There's 1 threat, 1 momentum left.
Let's just stick with, and now 2.
Okay, 2, that's enough to hit him, and you definitely have even more because you have your security people with you. So yeah, you score your hit on him. Roll your damage.
Come on. For God's sake. I would like to reuse the... Let's use the momentum. Come on, I'm not having this.
Yeah,
this is
you're awesome. I love that. I love that. That's great. Yeah, no matter what game it is. Okay, so spend your momentum, roll those 5 failed dice. Go ahead, Chief of Security.
Again, I'm leaving.
Chief of Security, straight
there
out of.
We go.
Hey! There you go. Okay, that's real. That's real talk right there. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Finally.
10. Okay, well, he only has resistance of 1. So that's still scoring 9 on him right there, which is definitely enough to wound him. So finally, you just basically shove him back after he slices at your arm. Everything's messing your arm this time. You give him a little shove back, pick up your phaser, shoot him in the gut, drop him to the floor. Okay.
Lovely.
The other Klingon you see, he's in sort of a state of catatonia, and he's just looking around, like not even focused on anything, just staring in the void there. So he's in one of the more advanced states. So you know he's not going to be a threat.
Okay, cool. Then let's move out, shall we? We've secured the area. Actually, let's see how Velik and Sadagia are doing.
Yep. Okay, so you're going to make your way. Are you leaving the security there to protect this place, or are you just charging ahead?
We're going to leave the security here to keep the area secure, and we'll move on ahead.
Okay, there you go. Then we'll take you off, and then we're going back to the ship. So now, gentlemen, it's up to the 2 of you on the ship. I imagine you would probably be in either engineering or the science lab or sick bay to try to get this device created. Where are you going to be?
Are we assuming it's already finished created?
Definitely the thing I would say in the time that you've taken on the ship, it would be created, but I'm going to make you do a roll just to see if you can gain any momentum. So while they were doing that, this is what you were doing on the ship. So
no, I'm talking about the medication.
Oh, the medication's ready. It's just
okay,
the machine for dispersal.
Probably in the science lab would be best then, I'd imagine.
Okay, in science lab best. I don't know why it matters, but you know, little things like this make sense to just have people doing things. So okay, we're going to just have you do a roll to see how well this machine is put together based on or to work with Klingon technology. So we're going to do a roll with support. So I think Velik, you would probably be in the lead, and as the engineer, and Tadagia, you would do the support, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you're in the science bay. You're in the science bay, and you people are going to do that. So what role are you going to do? Gene, how are you going to help them? Velik, how are you going to, how did you build it, I would say?
I think we should need, well, probably engineering, since it's a making it building something.
Mhm.
For attributes, insight maybe.
Okay, insight could work. That makes sense. Insight and engineering with Fidagia. How are you supporting his endeavor here?
I think I would use my insight in medicine, perhaps, right?
Insight medicine could work, yeah. So try this roll. Gene, if you're supporting, you get the 1 die roll. Let's see. Velik, if you're doing it, you'll have the 2 dice. Again, there's no momentum to spend, so any kind of extra dice would come from threat or determination.
Okay. Now, can I also use maybe that xenobiology focus, since we're working with the
Oh
Klingon?
yeah, Klingon. So yeah, that would fit. Yeah, because you're working with it's going to be things strictly for Klingon physiology that you're trying to maximize this because you had to sequence each species DNA. So yeah, I think so. Sure. Click your focus on. That's good. Okay. Are you ready to make your roll? I guess I'll roll for you, Gene, right?
Yes.
Nobody's buying extra dice?
So for me, with could I use? I don't know if any of my focuses would apply here.
Doesn't look like it in this time, no.
Okay. All right. Okay, all set.
All right. Make your roll. I'll do mine. Gene, what's your total again? Could you tell me what your skill total is so I know?
Yes. Looks like 13, I believe.
Okay. All right. I got to chat here. Velik, you got 2. Gene, you got 1 and a complication. Gene, you rolled a 20. So that's just going to do 2 threat, nothing to the machine itself. And you're gaining 2 momentum for the crew as well on getting it built. So with Locke's guidance, you got the machine ready.
All right.
So now you have to beam across. Anything before you go?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Then we will send your characters across as well, if you don't mind. So copy and go into here. Give me 1 second. And where is the science lab? Copy you. There we go. Oh, Klingon. Okay, putting you in ship. And we'll come back. So there we go. You beam into that access tunnel where the security crew has already been. And now it's time to start the work. So again, you're going to have to kind of team up together to do this task. So I believe Velik, as the engineer, you're going to be in the lead again. Gene, what would you like to be doing?
I would add my maybe my insight in engineering, or maybe since we already have the device created.
Yeah. Now you're just connecting it.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to do insight engineering?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. And Velik, I'm assuming it's going to be control and engineering for you then?
Control and engineering. All right.
It's just the whole manipulation. Any chance to use a value or anything on these?
I guess science holds all the answers, and will that work?
Science holds all the answers. That could work. Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Science holds all the answers. That makes sense. You're not using your combat. You're finding it all with science. Okay, so you're spending. Are you going to do that for the 2 successes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you're spending your determination. Science hold the answers plus. Okay. Let's see here. Gene, is there anything you want to use? You have any value you could use? Doesn't look it, does it?
Not that I
Okay.
see.
Yeah, probably. All right, so you already have 2 successes out of 3 successes that you need on this part. So this is the installation. Then the second stage is the dispersal. So it's a gated challenge. So right now it's Velik's half of it. So Velik, you roll yours and Gene will get his support on you. Okay?
Okay.
Let's see here. So yeah, you're not buying any more things, right? Okay. No. So that's 3 more successes over the 2 that you already got from that, and it was 3, so that's 5 total. So that's 2 more momentum build up. You're now at 4 momentum. Okay, so you're getting it installed. That's the next stage. We're going to cut very quick to the bridge with our attacking crew, and then we're going to have to come back to Thadagia to disperse the thing once the device is completely connected. Okay, so it's going to be successful. All right, next stage. Give me 1 second to set this up if you don't mind. Do you mind? Does anyone mind?
We'll allow.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You are 2 of the kindest people I've ever encountered in my life. So
You know.
I just want to let you know that. Okay, hang on. All right, copy that. Let me just put these things here. Okay, and where is that guy? Where's that guy? Oh, I gotta go to a different page. I apologize. Okay, we're almost there. Again, once I figure out how the heck all of this stuff works, we'll be fine. Okay, there we go. You make your way to the bridge. You make your way to the bridge, and David, you do have a little support on you there. Don't worry, sir. You still have your backup, which will give you a bonus. So there you go. All right, you get your way to the bridge. There wasn't much resistance here because the Klingons are in as bad a shape as you were just moments ago, and so you were able to stun most of the things in your way. But now you make your way bridge, and that's where you find the rowdiest of the Klingons, including Commander Koldar, who you've spoken to, or at least seen speaking before. He turns and looks at you, and he just starts screaming in Klingon that you translate. Like, so you Federation dogs wish to challenge us directly. You will die in honor of Kalis.
Okay, then let's start shooting.
Let's start shooting, as he says. All right. David, you going first?
I suppose so. Not that it'll do much good knowing me.
Yeah. Think positive, my friend. Think positive. Okay. Same thing. Control and security, sir.
All right. Control, security.
Let's see. Now I'll have to figure that out later. All right. Control security, and you're going to get bonus there. Who are you shooting at, I should ask?
I'm going to go for, I can't remember his name already, the captain.
The captain. Okay, you fire at the captain immediately. It's a security, or it's a challenge of 1 because taken down thanks to your security crew doing that. So that gives 3 extra momentum, 1 of which is now floating. It has to, you're now maxed out, so you're at 7 momentum. So you have to do that. And he is. I need to open his stats. I don't know how much resistance he has, so let me just check real quick. Okay. Roll your damage, please.
Yep. And I'm gonna re-roll.
Okay, with your floating one. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 challenge dice. Roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Better.
Okay, what you got?
I got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and an effect as well. So that's 7 plus an effect.
7 effect. I don't think you have any effect that could trigger right now. I mean, we'll just a little too late to get into the finer details of that. So 7 is still pretty good. He has a resistance of 1. So you're going to fire that, hit him. That's going to deal 6 stress damage on him and taking him down to the ground.
Oh, lovely.
You did something.
I did something. Are the others still? I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm guessing the others are still going to attack, right?
Okay, so the next guy is going to charge in. Let's see.
Okay,
here.
before that, I want
okay.
to use. I didn't know if taking him down would stop the others, but apparently not. I'm going to use 1 momentum to use close protection because I'm using my value responsible for the life around you to protect the Shram. So it's a little more difficult for him to be hit.
Oh, wonderful.
Wow, responsible. So you want to use your value as well on that. So that's pretty good. So what you could do then is spend, you're using responsible for the life around you to, what I could say is you could do a surge of activity is possible, or a make it so action. So you could also use the momentum, so you're providing cover, so that is going to stand with your 1 momentum, but then the responsible for life around you will burn your determination. And what you could do with that surge of activity, you could take a second action immediately without a minus to your roll. It doesn't become more difficult for you because you're using a value for it. Or a make it so where you create an advantage that applies to the current scene instantly.
Do we want to try and take another one out, or do we want the advantage? That they're a little more crazy than they think they are, so it's a bit harder for them to hit us.
Because if you're using advantage for responsible for life around you, it's probably advantage that is going to continue protecting the Shram. Or
Yeah, I'm okay with the advantage, so.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep the advantage. That's how we would do it.
Okay, so we'll just say you're like laying down cover fire, so it's making their attacks more difficult. So all of their attacks, all the Klingons are going to be a +1 attack because you are kicking into high gear with your Starfleet training of how to protect those who need protection. So everyone is going to have a harder time hitting everyone else. Okay?
Lovely.
All right, so then with that said, the Klingon coming in to attack would be going after you because you're clearly the biggest threat and he needs to take you out. So he's going to charge in and he's going to try to attack you. And here he goes. And he got 2 successes, a critical success and a complication. So he fails because of your high defense that you're putting up there. So even though he's charging him pretty good, with his complication, I'm going to allow that be because you are laying down cover fire. I'm going to count that as a hit to take him out. They're like charged into your blasting and you just shot him across the bridge. How's that?
That sounds amazing.
Because since you're actually doing something good for a change, I don't want to steal your thunder. So yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Shran, it's back to you.
Okay. I guess I want to fire at the one that just charged in.
Oh, he's the one that got taken out.
Oh, he's on the. Oh, okay, I got you. All right, so.
Well, you could just murder him if you wanted. You could
No,
just
no,
walk
far
over.
from it.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I suppose I'll just fire at one of the others.
Okay.
Like the bottom one.
All right, control, and security.
Yeah. All right. It's my roll there. 2 successes, 1 and 1.
Okay, 1 and 1, and I somehow managed to lose my screen. All right, 1 and 1. Yeah, that's enough to hit. So roll your damage. I still can't see.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you spend a momentum to take out his resistance, you're stunning him as well.
I'll do that.
Okay, so Tishran just leans in and he takes one out as well. And so this guy comes charging in. He uses his free action, or yeah, the minor action to close the gap, and he's going to try attacking you again, David. Bloody cut up David. And he did get 2 successes, but he needs 3 thanks to that advantage that you put down there. So he gets in, but he's too busy dodging and ducking to get under your phaser cover that he's not going to be able to score a hit on you. So it's back to you, the hero turn. So David, you have a chance to take him out.
Yeah. There's a disadvantage at the fact that he's so close if I spy with my phaser. Right?
Right now he's not engaged with you, so you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Because he couldn't get to
then
you. Yeah.
Pew pew. Pew pew indeed. That's a 3.
That's a 3. That's a hit, and that's gaining 1 momentum as well. Actually, no, it's gaining 2 momentum because your security crew is making it easier for you. So you're back up to 6 momentum, and deal your damage.
And I'm going to re-roll those 2. Oh, do I need to re-roll the 2?
Well, you could just spend 1 and guarantee you get hit by taking out his resistance.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
So either way, so you just lean into it, and as he dodges away from you, you lean the other way, and you just catch him clean in the chest, and the bridge is now secure.
Cool. We won ourselves a bird of prey. Let's go pirating.
Okay, and then going back down for the last roll here in the engine. Well, not the engine, but the engine room. It's up to you, Gene, and then Velik unsupport. Gene, you're going to have to do the proper dosage, the proper administration. So tell me what your role is. And you got 6 momentum to help you make it succeed.
Okay, I'm thinking either control in medicine or insight in medicine.
Okay, control medicine would be perfect, yeah. Let's do control medicine.
Which one would be?
What's that?
Control or insight?
I would say control. Control is probably better because you're using your knowledge. You're doing this very carefully, right? And
okay.
Let's see here. Are you going to try using a value? I would say do unto others might apply.
Yeah, I was thinking about that myself.
Yeah,
I'm going to do that.
because we definitely want you to get a value used up in here. So I'll spend that. So do unto others. There we go. Write that down on this complicated sheet. Do unto. Okay. You didn't use any of your things so far, did you? Right? Or did you? Oh, you did use one, didn't you? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, but you did take a negative? No, you didn't take the negative. We only talked about it, didn't we? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so you can't do that value. I apologize. You already did use one. I see my note here. I apologize. Okay, let's make your roll. Are you going to buy extra dice?
Yeah, probably one more.
Okay, remember, you got 6 momentum built up.
Okay.
You're resting on momentum. So you only want to do 1?
You know what? Let's go for 2. Let's go for 2.
All right, so that's 3 momentum spent, and let's see what you get, my friend. And your skill is, yep, you got it. 2 points. You get all the cure vials clicked in there. You get everything locked in. You adjust the flow, and you see the machine running properly, and you know it's only going to take a matter of minutes before everyone's starting to come to their senses. Mission accomplished. Okay, so next, the bridge of the Bird of Prey has now been secured by Drake and Theshron. Velik and Thadagia has successfully applied the cure to the air systems on the Kira, so there's no worries about them going crazy. They're going to get their lives back. The Klingons are, of course, once they come to, grateful. They think that it would be certainly a very dishonorable way to die, having no memory of who they are and killing their allies and killing their support in the Federation. So they're grateful that you saved them from a very dishonorable course of action, no matter what it would have been. Now, before we close out the episode, now comes the big, I know we have to end the game soon, but now comes a very big, important moment. You're in the room. The captain wants to know what is to be done about the menu. And here's the reason. You have a cure. You have a cure for their disease. And what happened is this disease has been, as explained, it has basically stunted the advancement of their people for generations, at least over 100 years, because it's built into their DNA. The more you research, and Dr. Arden researched, Thadagia, you all determined that it was probably created synthetically in a lab, probably as a biological weapon ages ago, that they no longer even remember what war that is, thanks to it. And because of this disease, their civilization has been growing at a snail's pace. This ship, the vessel they're on, as explained in the previous episode that Jeremy and David, you weren't there, is part of the Hope Initiative that's freezing their best and brightest in hopes that a cure will be found one day and they could recover some of the greatest minds in their history. But you find out later that that was also exploited by the rich and powerful, and people who aren't so great and aren't so useful have also been frozen there too, taking up slots from other people. Now, the question that you're dealing with is, how are you going to deal with them? If you send them back, they're cured now. If you send them back with interference from the cure that you made, you're basically violating the Prime Directive by interfering in the natural progression of their culture, and it's going to change the balance of power because the disease is no longer going to be an issue. They're going to have a way to backtrack out of it. But also, if you just put them back in their little pod and leave them there, then you're basically sending the only cured people of their species to their deaths, because this is not a deep space vessel. It was somehow broken away from their orbiting platforms and got carried light years away because of the disturbances in the region. So there's a multiple number of paths you could take for this, and the captain would like to hear what they are. But my number one question to you right now is, do you have the time to debate it? Because we're already at 5 o'clock.
I'm fine. Go on.
Be
Got a
forthcoming.
little bit of time, but yeah, not too much time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're okay? All right. So we could start the discussion now. What would the senior staff, what course of action, creative, direct, or outside the box, can you think of how to deal with the Menu before they must depart your ship?
It's a hard one.
Well, since
Uh,
this crew, what?
No, go ahead. No, I was going to say it's difficult.
You were
My
saying,
personal,
Thadagio?
yeah, my personal opinion is since this crew was sent out to find a cure, and this cure or this disease was synthetic, meaning artificially created, they didn't really have a choice to begin with.
Well, one thing, they
I would-
weren't sent, just keep in mind, they weren't sent out to find a cure. They were just put in stasis to hopefully be cured later. They somehow got broken free and drifted out as far as they were. But yeah, their purpose is to be there to be cured if a cure comes.
Well, I find that
How-
part of it has been fulfilled. If we send them back with the cure, it may, of course, disrupt their society to a certain degree. However, as I stated before, this illness was manufactured. It wasn't something naturally occurring. So my opinion would be to send them back with that cure, understanding that it would disrupt the balance of power, perhaps, but it might be necessary to do so in order to save them in the first place.
I mean,
I'm going to
do
agree
we-
with Thaddeus. I think they should go back with it. I don't see this any reason for an entire race of people to just die.
We have
they're
to
not
put the
necessarily-
we have to put humanitarian concerns above the prime directive. If we don't send them back, these people will die, and we've seen how dangerous this disease can be if not controlled.
Well, I don't think Starfleet's going to exactly agree with you. They think the prime directive should be above that, but I just hope you understand that we're all going to be disagreeing with it.
There is also the chance that we may or may not be going against the prime directive. I mean, you said we're light years away from the home planet. If this thing has been drifting for that long to have traveled this far, who knows how far they've advanced? We could at least go to the planet and see, even if they are progressing at a snail's pace, they still are progressing. If they've managed to create warp, then we have no issue.
It's a very fair point. Maybe we could take a small detour and go to their planet.
Stay
Okay.
a bit out of range, yeah.
Okay. Then, okay, so I know we're out of time. So what we could do then is at the beginning of the next episode, we could have you before the next story actually starts, or like the teaser before the next episode starts, go into the resolution of that. Or I could just tell you what you would find at the homeworld now, so you could come to your final conclusion at this point and not draw it out further.
I've got time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just real quick, yeah, just investigating and tracking down where their planet is. Their planet is still in a pre-warp civilization. It is, again, about 22nd century Earth, about maybe mid-22nd century Earth there, but it's not really, they're not really at warp stages yet. But they do have intra-solar system travel, that they are, as they mentioned before, colonizing the worlds in their solar system. But like you said, David, it's a snail's pace advancement technology. Most of the effort of their technology has been going into slowing down the disease, spreading out, colonizing in their system to keep the less likely to show symptoms separated from the rest of the culture, to hopefully some groups do carry on into the future. but they haven't really focused more on leaving their system, just keeping alive or preserving the society.
If this disease is consuming them to the point that it's hindering their society's advancement, I think that's all the more reason to send them back with the cure.
Well, the Prime Directive disagrees with you. Fortunately, I do, though.
The captain is still willing to hear all comments on it because she wants the crew to come to a consensus, even if it goes against the Prime Directive.
I don't know.
What would prevent us from opening up a dialogue with a pre-warp civilization, given their circumstances?
Well, unfortunately, the answer is the Prime Directive.
Yeah, that just keeps on coming back. No interference, no giving of technology, no giving of advancements that they won't develop on their own, and no, like, not even revealing yourself to them until they're the ones that are able to reach out and find you on their own volition and do it basically easily, not accidentally.
Absolutely. It is the core principle of Starfleet, and no captain has ever broken it.
Yeah, no.
Ever.
A single captain in how many hundreds of years it would be unthinkable. Unthinkable.
Absolutely.
So, but it's a point to consider now. What again, it's a pretty heavy point. So if you would like some time to stew on this, I mean, we could resume this in the Discord chat too, and even throw Terrence and Commander Lulk into the mix as well to chime in. So
yeah, I like it.
How's that? I'll type up the episode report, so what everyone missed they could catch up on, and then we'll throw this debate into there, and we'll figure out what the resolution is, and we'll announce it at the beginning of the next episode before the story starts. How's that?
All right, sounds good.
Sounds great.
All right, sorry taking us over about 15 minutes. Thanks a lot, Perry. Thanks for lending us your Zoom since Lulk is
no problem.
I'll ask you all for your feedback like I always do later, but I just want to say I thought everyone was really awesome this time. I loved how every character had multiple moments to shine, and I apologize for the clunkiness because I'm still learning the combat, still learning the extended task and that. So hopefully it's going to get smoother as we go along. That okay, we know what to do here, we know what roles these are, and we could just jump straight in. But thank you for helping me learn the system.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess that's all. I know we all have to go at our various hours, so just live long and prosper, and see you all next time. Let me stop the recording. Thanks a lot, guys.
Right.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Here we are almost 2 years after that episode was recorded, and I am recording this little addition to the end to explain what happened afterward. As we mentioned in the episode, we were taking the discussion of what to do with the menu to our Discord server, where we have a conference room channel, and we allowed all of the players, including the ones who were unable to make it for this session to end episode 3, to chime in on what they thought should be the final fate of the menu that they rescued, and should they send them back to the planet with the cure, or stop them, prevent them from going back. We had a very good discussion, and it not being recorded or on camera is one of the many regrets that I have as a GM for this game, and it's not going to be the last time I make a mistake like this, because the players provided some very good in-character conversation and discussion in the Discord channel. But to allow you, the viewer, to have a little bit of closure, to know exactly what happened, I am here to give you a very brief explanation of what route they decide to go with. So we start with Lieutenant Darius Alder standing up for the Prime Directive, Alder being the science officer, he is a stickler for rules, and he expressed repeatedly how the Prime Directive is there for a reason. It is established, or it was established, to prevent bad things from happening from good intentions. It is not Starfleet's place to stick their nose in the business of other species who are not ready for this kind of technology, who are not capable of doing what Starfleet can do. So he took the side of whatever they should do. They should not be sending the Menu back to their world with this cure, because that is going to alter their society completely. Particularly because they really don't know what the society is like. And a point he brought up is that even hearing it from the Menu survivors that they have unfrozen, there's no guarantee that their memories are reliable due to the effects of this virus. And the fact that they were all frozen at different points in time, they are not entirely sure what the current state of the world is. So without that concrete knowledge, he could not vote in favor of sending them back and having this cure available. This had Commander Lulk also agree that sending them back is a violation of the Prime Directive, should not be done. And he asked Lieutenant Thadagia, the medic, who you may remember speaks on behalf of the CMO during meetings due to the CMO's issues. He asked Lieutenant Thadagia if the Menu would have the technology to be able to create a vaccine or a cure of their own just by examining the blood of the survivors they send back. And Thadagia believed that it would be possible. The way he sequenced the vaccine, the way he sequenced the cure, anyone with basic genetic knowledge and virology knowledge would be able to do it. So he believed, yes, they would be able to. This solidified Commander Lulk also staying on the side of they should not be sent back. Now, you might recall that Thishran, the pilot, the con officer, Lieutenant Thishran, was very much against the idea of preventing them. He thinks sending them back is the right thing to do. He knows it's against the Prime Directive, but he still firmly thinks that they've already intervened. They have already interrupted and made first contact with the Menu due to this. It was their action and the action of the Klingons that brought them out of the stasis and forced this first contact on them. So he stayed on the side of send them back with the cure. They've already done it. Might as well let the society grow naturally instead of being stuck in this loop of trying to prevent their whole entire species from being wiped out by this virus. Lieutenant Thadagia, also the medic, he too, wanting to preserve life, he also wants the cure to be spread. He wants to make sure that the entire species is able to free themselves again from the grip of this artificial virus that was brought upon them. Lieutenant Commander Velik, Chief Engineer as well, he brought up that the Prime Directive is a guiding principle, but it's a principle, but it cannot account for every possible situation. So I think what his overall argument is it was to prevent the Federation, the Prime Directive is to prevent the Federation from repeating the mistakes they've made in the past when it comes to colonization or being like conquerors that you see in ancient history, by thinking that they are better, they can help other societies, but in this case, again, the damage is already done, and they are not bringing harm to the society. They are relieving them from years and years by allowing these people to return because they've been cured. This is part of the natural flow of the society because they encountered them naturally. And one of his values is orders should not always be followed. So it's under this belief that he doesn't think a strict adherence to the Prime Directive is called for in this case. Now, Lieutenant Drake, the security officer, he had a very interesting idea that he brought up. And his idea was that he thinks that they should not send them back with the cure. However, because the Menu also do not want to take refuge in Federation space, they want to go back, they want to be with their people. He thought the best middle ground is return them to stasis, as bad as that sounds. Return the ones who've been unfrozen and the ones who are about to become unfrozen, return them to stasis with the cure inside them. So they are just going to resume their situation as it was, but then secretly, without the Menu detecting, return that dislodged stasis pod back to the Menu system, send it back into orbit so it can be retrieved by the people and put back in place where it belongs. Perhaps they will investigate this dislodged containment vessel. Perhaps they know that it's been missing for a while and now it's returned mysteriously. Maybe they will investigate. Maybe they will discover that these frozen members in this stasis pod were refrozen, and that will prompt them to check and investigate. Then they will naturally run the test, discover the cure on their own. But if they just choose to keep them in stasis and wait, as they were supposed to, for the people on the planet to actually discover the cure, and then the day they go to thaw them out, they would learn that, oh, they are already cured, and that's when they would discover the whole situation that happened here. So it's kind of a 50-50. It's a roll of the dice that he's sending them back, and there is the opportunity that the people will thaw them out immediately, but if not, it doesn't change the situation that they were in before they were discovered. The only difference is that they are guaranteed to be cured when they come out. Now, Captain Savick was very torn. As you can see, the whole crew was torn. 3 want the cure to go immediately. 3 of the senior staff think that it's too much of a violation, too much of a risk, and too much of a threat for the society. So 3 and 3. With that said, she had to be the tiebreaker, making the decision, and she eventually sided with her first officer, Commander Locke, and she cast a vote that they cannot provide the cure for the Menu. However, she also thought the best way would be to follow Lieutenant Drake's plan as well. Not give the cure directly, put them back into stasis, send the stasis pod back, and let fate do with it as it will. So that was the final decision that happened with the Menu, but something a little more secret happened afterwards, where Lieutenant Thadagia, the medic, prepped, along with Lieutenant Commander Velik, of course, prepped the pods, checked on the Menu survivors who are now all cured. All the ones have become unfrozen and they all received the cure. Put them back into stasis, which they protested, clearly, and did the final checkups on them. But when he returned back to DeGrasse Tyson, there was a bit of a wink between himself and Lieutenant Theshron, the con officer as they passed in the hall, and Lieutenant Thadagia tucked in a hypospray into his jacket as he made his way back to sickbay. So what does that mean? Maybe the future will reveal. But that was the final conclusion that unfortunately did not make it on camera for this episode, which was a huge shame, and I wish this was the last time I made such a mistake, but it won't be. However, I just want to thank you for watching. Thank you for staying to this part if you did, and I hope you enjoyed the episode. It was fun for me to revisit it, to prepare it for YouTube, so I hope you also got to enjoy what I thought was some really good role-playing and portrayals of the characters, especially in this session, especially watching this. This is so early in our career. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and stick around. I hope you enjoy what's coming next. Peace and long life.